Good morning, afternoon, everyone. What's up, Pebbles? What's up, Yomi? Lit it. Is this an early start for me on a Saturday? I don't know. I don't know. I've been working on making some fort bits. I turned all my U logs that I chopped up to 76 woodcutting into U frames. Now I'm doing mahogany frames, basically just, if I scroll down this calculator, this tells you like all the stuff you need for so this is gonna seem really dumb. What I've done is I've used the construction calculator and said I only want 1 XP so that it lists everything in order, and this way it kind of groups stuff up. So like all the Acadia stuff is in one group here, all the mahogany stuff is in one group here, all the U stuff is in one group here, and then magic, and then it's so much easier to follow than the actual wiki page. But basically, I have the Grove Cabin tier 3, but I want to build this and this. Then I'm going to build the workshop, build the command center, build the bonus workbench, and then just basically rebuild these two as much as I need to get 79. But I'm not going to bore you with that on stream today, because we have other requirements. 78 attack. 80 Herblore is 80 Herblore is something we're going to work on after Lord of Empyreum. Fletching, again, that's not even going to take that long. Let's just make a few broad arrows. That's fine. But we've got magic, range, and attack. And if we go to the Lord of Empyreum, we also need 78 Slayer. So we're gonna train our stats via Slayer until we hit 78, and then we're gonna start doing methods that are just quicker XP. So melee will almost certainly be just spamming the abyss. And yeah, also 75 strength. So we need to do a bit of combat and a bit of Slayer today. And then construction and fletching are peak off-stream content. So I finished making this inventory of mahogany planks. We'll do our little chore things, and then we'll get started. And what is up, Mr. Shampoo? How you doing? How many of these do we have now? 77. I think that's enough to actually build something. It's 206 U frames, by the way. The amount of XP you get just making these frames is kind of nutty. Like I've almost called 75 construction and I've not built anything yet. Which is just kind of mad. Okay, quick check of the ports. Since I'm probably gonna want to make masterwork at some point. So I should keep on top of these. I hate ports. You'll find out very quickly that I'll just be grumbling my way through them, but we will get them done. And also those, I don't have any of the... I've bought all the crew for today and I have like barely any good combat guys. It's very sad. But if I put all my ship onto combat stuff, then surely I don't need to worry about crew, right? Right? It's close, actually. Will these two little guys just push it over the edge? Kinda. Yeah, that's about as good as I'm gonna get. Send it. 98% means it's like 20% chance to fail. Just saying. I swear every time I send one out and it's less than like 80% success chance, it always fails. Part of the reason why I just grumble at that minigame. Very little dopamine comes from ports. A lot of bad fifis come from ports. So, Herbrun, right? That's the, well, Herbrun and POF. You're gonna do some Dragon Wilds? Wait, did the update drop for Dragon Wilds? Any elders to sell? Nope, just an adult. That's an elder spider and another elder spider, so that's some nice beans. Yo, what's up, Yomi? With the 45 stream streak. Those not grown? Those aren't grown yet. Okay, we're praying those guys are feeling generous and adoptive. Okay, just the two spiders. Also, Doris has heard me talking to you guys already. That dog is on point. Okay, so the herbs aren't grown yet. So I guess we just gear up for Slayer now. So one thing I can at least do is I can start using Vanquish now instead of tier 70 gear. So swap it to a magic staff. All the rest of the gear looks almost fine, but we need a salve amulet. And we want earth runes instead of fire runes. Magic potion, restores, and a little bit of food. You know the drill by now. Okay, so we got Zemreagle's Undead as our first task, which is arguably pretty much the best task we can get for both. For the combination of Slayer and Combat XP, I think this is the best task we can get. Greater Demons would be better specifically for... what's it called? Specifically for Slayer XP, but they wouldn't give us much combat XP. But at that point, we could just start training combat elsewhere. Both ranged and melee train up really well in the Abyss, so I'm gonna focus on magic while we do Slayer tasks. Unless a mob like really demands another style for whatever reason. You're working today, so you didn't realize it was a Saturday and you were surprised I was streaming this early? Fair, fair. Hey Doris, where you at? Hi. You want to come say hi? Come in. Up you come. Doris says hi, everybody. So to make sure I'm not about to... There we go. Doris is already saying hi. She hears me talking to you guys and is immediately like, it's time for me to go and see what she's after. Pebbles says hi, Doris. You gonna say hi back? Yeah? You have her trained well? Give a minute. Oh. There you go. Or are you feeling more fidgety today than cuddly? Yeah, she does this when I record videos as well. She comes in like, you're talking at the screen again. Which to her means that I'm streaming. She doesn't know that I'm streaming, but she just knows that streaming is when she gets nommy things. So, as far as she goes, I can hear him talking to his screen. If I go in there and come give cuddles and sit on the desk and stuff, I can get word I'm not gonna say for a little bit. I'm here too, just to help run things for her, you know. You know how it is. What's up, Bubba? Doris, what's up? What's up, baby? Oh, we're already up to 75 Slayer, which means we can do City of Centiston now. I mean, there's not much benefit to doing City of Centiston yet. But we can do it. And also we've unlocked, well, we kind of have unlocked a new Slayer Master. How do I put this when I say that Reaper tasks are an absolute nightmare for my Slayer plans? If I bring up the Soul Reaper task list real quick. No, not soil, soul. Why is Soul Reaper just not a very common thing? So if I bring up this list, right, and I sort by task requirement, you've got Croesus at the bottom, Ivar and Silverquill at 50. So these are why the combat requirement got dropped to 50. Although Ivar killed a hardcore today, which is very sad for that guy. And we go down. So we have access to like all of God Wars, all the early game bosses at the moment. We have Jad, which is easily one of the worst tasks in existence now. We don't have Court Beast, but I would need to do Summer's End if I want to do the Hard Wieldy Diary, so we would have to unlock that guy. There's Dagonoth King. Court Beast and Dagonoth Kings being the same combat level is a fucking meme, by the way. I gotta say, just those two are not the same. Actually, I'm gonna do seg with that real quick. Just one moment. Yeah, Corp and DKs being the same combat level is an interesting choice to be. So we've got Archglacier at 100, Huracan once we sacrifice the fire. This is why I'm not going and doing Kiln, by the way. As soon as I do Kiln, I start getting these tasks, and I'm pretty sure Huracan Huracan can't be done in Zuckwaves anymore. So this task is just garbage now. Legions, we don't have the Slayer level 4. Magister is also fine, but Barrows, Rise of the 6, Calfag. How are these 105 combat? Like, I know you need to toggle on group tasks, so they're easy to avoid, but how are they 105 combat? And then Rex Matriarchs, and then 110, we start unlocking the God Wars 2 bosses, which are currently going to be a little bit of a supply drain for us, I think. Next, for some reason, still counts as a group boss, but I mean, to be honest, that's probably not the if anything, you want to avoid Nex early because of the, like, KC and armor issues and all that kind of stuff. You don't want to have to farm out the ceremonial armor at a super low level, so not getting her. Yeah, I don't know. I don't get why Nex counts as a group boss. But it's beneficial. But basically, we start getting at 110. We start getting all like the God Wars 2 bosses, right? Which are currently a bit of a supply drain. And then at 115, we start getting racks. Now, the reason why this is a bit of a problem for my Slayer grind is that the Slayer Masters also have combat level requirements. And you need a higher combat level to do Laniakea tasks than to get an Arax or Reaper task. Does that not sound weird to anyone else? Sounds a bit weird to me. Also, I should use my super magic potion. And then also, yeah, just like stuff like Raksha being 120 combat. As soon as you get Laniakea unlocked, you can get Raksha tasks. And apparently Nakatra is not a group task anymore, or apparently I've heard. Oh yeah, and you could also get Karapak as well. So as soon as I get Laniakea unlocked, if I was to say go for 99 Slayer again, I completely butcher my Reaper task list with a bunch of bosses that are just going to be massive supply drains. So I'm not really sure what to do when it comes to going for 99 Slayer in terms of timing. I did it quite early previously, and it meant that you can go for Cinderbanes before even doing Carapac normal mode, which is kind of amusing and a bit overkill. Oh, apparently my gem bag is full of rubies. Whoops. Yeah, I'm not really sure what to do when it comes to Reapers versus Slayer at the moment. And good afternoon, Mr. Hiz. Is that how you... Hiz is? I'm not sure how to pronounce that. But yeah, I'm not really sure what to do. Like, I could... Unlocking Kuradel is kind of okay. Because 110 just gives God Wars 2 bosses, which I can at least avoid all but Hellweir by just focusing on magic when I do Slayer. Is it the Slayer grind? Yep, we need to get up to 78 Slayer for Lord of Vampirium. So that's the plan today. I'm safe spotting these guys even though I probably don't need to because it's just a supply saving thing. Is my thumb tasty, Bubba? As long as you don't turn it into a choo-choo. Yeah. Just don't turn my thumb into one of your chews, please. Licks are fine, just no chews. Yes, I don't know. I'm not really sure about Slayer. Kinda trying to figure out when's a good point to do a Reaper toss. Like, ideally, if I were to like draw a line in the sand, I would want to get my EOF sorted before 120 combat. But that's 900 Reaper points. So 3 weeks or many, many tasks at this point. There's also an argument of do you actually need the EOF that early anymore? Because normally you'd stick like a Gothic staff in there and actually have a way to spend adrenaline without being at 50% adrenaline or with everything else on cooldown, basically, right? And the question is, do I actually need that now, since the weapon is gonna be... You have 81 Necro, sure you can start doing Reaper tasks now? The thing is, I want to do... I want to start doing everything with a Sunspear, is the TLDR of what I'm doing right now. I'm not that interested in playing with Necro, if I'm gonna be honest. Necro is powerful, and arguably it was a mistake to not utilize it on my previous Iron. Also, I forgot to put my eye drops in before stream. After we do Darius Treats, I'll have to do that. How far along are we on Sunspear? Apologies. If I open up the River of Blood requirements, we need to get the combat stats, so 78 magic range attack, 75 strength. 80 Herblore, we're 75 out of 80 on, and the run to 80 is basically prepped. It just needs to be executed. I have all my penguin points saved up on the account so far for after Lord of Vampirium. I have Troll Invasion, which I can do at the end of this month, and if I need to, at the start of next month, so on Wednesday. So we have plenty. I mean, ideally, I wouldn't have to wait that long, because I also have a load of Herblore supplies in the bank, which is the main thing that's different this time compared to to last time. Having nearly 2,000 irrits in the bank, plus having already made nearly 1,000 super attacks in the past, means like I've had 3,000 more irrits basically to work with on this account compared to the previous account. 3,000 irrits is 300,000 Herblore XP. 300,000. Like, Herblore is actually trainable early game on an iron now. As much as you want to call Cruxacal Knights early game. I mean, technically you could get the seeds from Master Farmers if you didn't have Cruxacal Knights unlocked, so you don't need to go to Cruxacal Knights. But Cruxacal Knights were easily the carry for... What's it called? Easily the carry for a bunch of stuff right now. Is this from herb runs? Yeah. After this task, I'll check if my herbs have grown. And if so, I could show just how ridiculous herb runs can be pretty early on. It's another thing where the hunter level's paying off. So we originally got the hunter level for Chins and BGH to get a Matuk. For apparently I say Matuk wrong. I guess I enunciate the ok more when I record than when I say naturally. But you're already at plant power 2, but the scaling is nuts. I only used plant power 1. Like, I only plant 2 seeds at a time. Anyway, that's that Slayer task done. So we'll get another Slayer task. Go check on our herbs. Come on, Raptor. 151 fetid zombies. Very nice. Oh, crap. Damn it. I accidentally pressed F1 when I was trying to press escape. My bad. My bad. Okay, magic potion. Hi, Doris. I know what you want. That was an adorable little face you just gave me. Oh. That was so cute. She went like this, and then she just went to me like, with like the tilty and the puppy dog eyes. Oh, that was so cute. Okay. Yeah, seed efficiency, so my herbs aren't quite done yet. But I've only bothered buying plant power tier 1. Oh, I can actually buy it. The reason I've only bought plant power tier 1 is because I've been saving up for bountiful harvest, which gives you 50% extra fruit from bushes and fruit trees and cacti, which is going to be very important. Also, Gig and Doris are having some kisses for a bit. So we'll get bountiful harvest. No need to worry about the puppy being the center of attention in that clip. I've got a clean copy. So I guess we just get straight back into Slayer. Yeah, I've basically just been pickpocketing Cruxacal Knights as an AFK while I was editing the last episode, and planting an absolute ton of irrits. So you can see I've got a stack of like 970 super attacks already made. Nearly 2,000 irrits between irrit potions and clean irrits. And obviously some of those are going to be saved. Like 10% of those will be saved by the Scroll of Cleansing. And then just look at like these stacks of seeds for all the other herbs. Like I've been starting to grow Aventos as well. Because if I find them, my fungus should be in here somewhere. There it is. Gate of Elitness gave me a load of Mortmire fungus, which I can use with Aventos to make even more. potions. So like the amount of XP you can actually get early game on an iron and herblore now that doesn't just have to come from quests and diaries and stuff is kind of nutty. Okay, Doris. I think it's long enough into the stream. Your fan club has all arrived. Would you like some treats? Would you like some treats, baby? Yeah? Let's turn on auto retaliate, get the correct bar on real quick. That's still not the correct one. And hypo. Oh. Make sure you aren't stepping on the keyboard. So 4. Oh wait, hang on. I need to set it to full screen cam, don't I? 4. Good girl. So, Doris. See this? Which hand's it in? You think it's in that one? Yeah. You didn't even need to sniff them to tell that one. 4. There you go. Now a hypo. Hypo. Good girl. Hey, no nippy the fingies, okay? No nippy the fingies. Yeah? Oh, I need to snooze all the ads so that they don't, with the important bit of stream doesn't get interrupted. Paul? Good girl. Okay. First. Give me a hypo. Give me a hypo. First, give me a hypo. Good girl. I'm trying to make it comfortable for her while also visible for you guys. Okay, fist bump. Good girl. Yeah, I'm trying to keep it comfortable for her while also letting you guys be able to see. Okay. It's gonna be the last one. One hypo. There you go. She had her treats, yes. Well, was it nice and nommy, Doris? Yeah. Was it nice and nommy? Also, these gloves are... I wanted to give these gloves the benefit of the doubt. I am currently debating that they were worth it. They, the healing is there, but, like, the fact it can't even sustain me at fetid zombies with protect from melee is kinda memes, I'm not gonna lie. They're real bad. I can't beat around the bush. They're bad. They're bad. Have you made use of anything from Haven Hive? I spent like two evenings going for the vampirism gloves under the whole idea of, look, any healing is better than no healing. And it turns out that's not entirely true. Because any healing could still be next to no healing. There we go. But yeah, that's not always a true fact. I could have swore it was easier to get these guys aggroed over here. Darth, would you like a cuddle? Oh. Yeah. Would you like a cuddle? Good girl. She's a good girl. Other things on Haven Hive that look interesting so far. The fish farm. When I'm a bit higher fishing, specifically 82. The fish farm might be a good way to get a good amount of decent healing food reasonably quickly, so that's interesting. I don't know if it's worth it for swordfish, per se. But for the new giant crayfish, could be good. Can you put blue blubbers in the fish farm? I'm pretty sure it's just the I'm pretty sure it's just lobster, swordfish, and giant crayfish that you can farm there. The herb patch? I guess I've made use of the herb patch. Having another herb patch is never a bad thing. I haven't really had a reason to do either of the bosses, to be honest. The Bone Crusher Maul from Ivar is pointless when you have a Bone Crusher. And I don't think the Hedgehog even has a unique drop. It just drops like ammo for crossbow bolts. And it's tier 60 crossbow bolts, I think. But the problem with a tier 60 crossbow bolt is what's the tier 60 crossbow that's firing it? I guess Haven Silver crossbows can probably be upgraded to tier 50, tier 60. That might actually be a good way to get a tier 60 range weapon now. But I'm already past that point. Oh yeah, I could go kill tormented demons now for a dragon crossbow. That is a valid point. But I don't know if I'd recommend it per se. Yeah, so I guess they added a tier 60 crossbow with potentially decent enough ammo for it. I don't know how good the ammo is to get. But if the ammo's kind of okay to get, then... Also, what is with the aggro of some of these mobs here? I swear they've had their aggro radius reduced or something. Oh, so what's up, Doc? I didn't say hi because I was focused on Doris at the time, but we're enjoying your favorite style at the moment. Actually, I guess that's the question. Is it still going to be your favorite style even after the combat changes? More excited for the mid-game editions. It does take longer for someone to level when they are new to the game. Yeah, that is true. Techie took a look at my account and was like, what the heck are those levels already? When yeah, when it took him, he was taking things at his own pace, right? Rather than the hyper efficient, done all this before, you know, get through it as quick as we can approach that I've been taking. Are you feeling fidgety today? Do you need something soft to lay on? Let me make sure my prayer's not gonna drop real quick. Ugh, I'll grab you a blankie. There you go. Nope. Oh. Doris, that's sitting on the keyboard. We don't want to sit on the keyboard. There you go. There you go, baby. Is that not as comfy as you wanted? No. Come on then. Come on then. Lay down. See? It's okay. You're giving me a look like this isn't comfy. Yeah, is it not that comfy, Bubba? It's not that comfy. I want to pin Slayer, But there we go. Wait, fetid zombies are only 77k Slayer XP an hour. Bound skellies are a way better task for us now. I mean, they're decent XP. Like, okay, so here's where fetid zombies are good. They are permanently aggressive. They don't hit that hard. And they give decent combat XP an hour. Although I don't know if I'm standing in a good place for them anymore. Standing there before was pretty good, because I was, like, aggroing from there, here, and here. But, like, standing there doesn't seem to aggro the ones from here anymore. Like, standing here do any better? If I stand here, then they'll get stuck on the rocks. If I stand here, then ones will get aggro stuck behind the tree. Man, all the terrain in this place is, like, just in the awkward places to... See what I mean? That guy's stuck behind the tree, but if I go down here, then I think they start getting stuck on the tree instead. Do you want to go to your ice packs? Yeah. Okay, we'll put you down. You can go to your ice packs. Well, thank you for coming and saying hi, Doris. There you go, Bubba. The new gloves of vampirism would be nice here as well. It might disappoint you to find out I'm already wearing them. And I still need to eat. Which, kinda sums up how good they actually are. See, the problem is, even Chain is doing, like, a 1.6k hit, right? Like, Dragon Breath is doing 2.3k. Sonic Wave is doing a 2k. A 2k hit. The gloves heal 1% of that. So, also, yeah, these trees are, like, stupidly in awkward spots. Actually, that's something I wanna pick a JMod's brain about at some point. I was just looking at one of the pictures I took of the what's it called? Of the Soul Reaper tasks, and how Corp Beast and Dagonoth Kings have the same combat level, and that's a bit weird. And then it just struck me. Nex is a group listed as a group boss for legacy reasons, right? Nex was released as a group boss. It's very soloable, so it's not like the fact that it's more commonly soloed than grouped. So that's not the reason why it's still a group boss. But if it was released as a legacy boss, or if it was released as a group boss initially, so that's why it's a group boss in Soul Reaper, then why isn't Corporeal Beast a group task? Because Corp was like the old massing kind of task. So it should definitely be a... What's it called? It should definitely be a group task, in my opinion. At least if it follows the same reasoning behind Nex being a group task. Also, yeah, I've done some work on my Raptor tasks. So for those who weren't here for my ramble about Slayer last night, Raptor tasks are interesting, let's say. Also, wait, can you guys can't even see. There we go. You guys can't even see the wiki. So I've done some damage to my Raptor tasks. And basically, everything that's highlighted green is either a good task or can't be assigned. Now, if I also tick the tasks that I've blocked, the only like dud tasks are fire giants and hellhounds. But hellhounds are quick and fire giants, I mean, if I have to skip one task here, that's fine. A bunch of the other tasks just either can't be assigned or they're just good. Like anything undead is good, Calfight's good. Grotworms are blocked. Black demons and lesser demons are blocked. Greater demons you do at berserkers and get insane Slayer XP with a scrimshaw. Dragons are unfortunately, I've now done Dragon Slayer in order to do Wild Gothic Sleep. So these are now available, which is annoying. I will probably skip Black Dragons and then do Dragons and Green Dragons at Green Dragons just to get them done as quick as possible. I mean, it'd be interesting to try and do some ED2 trash with a Dragon's task, but I'm not willing to cook the hardcore on ED2 trash at this point. What'd you kill for Calfights? Exiled Calfight Guardians, I think they are. Basically, if you go to the Exiled Calfight Hive, when you reach the U in the corridor, you can stand there against the inner part of the U, and you can safe spot the Calfight Guardians there. So I do those for that. They drop decent charms, give decent XP. Not incredible XP, but decent. Bound skeletons, I think, are easily the best thing I can be killing right now that aren't berserkers. It's kind of a shame that I'm killing them slower. The problem is if I go out and actually like tank a group of them, like if I were to stand over there and try and AoE them, my AoE isn't even that good. At least not with magic right now. You always found Calfights too slow. I mean, they're good supplies and good XP, so if the task lasts a while, then that's a good thing when you're getting decent XP. Now, if you're after Slayer points, they're not really the best task. Same kind of deal with the Berserkers. If you want Slayer points, Greater Demon Berserkers are not the way to go. But if you're killing Berserkers, you're killing them for a very, very long time. Like multiple hours of getting incredible Slayer XP. I don't get how this crappy steel salvage is somehow worth more than all these actually useful drops. You want level 115 Slayer, you're currently 112. You should be, if you want XP and nothing else, you should be Hydrix Dragon farming. Do the Karamja Hard Diary to unlock Gemstone Dragon tasks. Do Jacqueline tasks 0 to 9. Do Laniakea tasks on 10. And hard skip for dragons, gemstone dragons, etc. And then go kill Hydrix dragons at the top of the wildy. With a decimation, it's like 800k XP an hour. So if you have a better weapon than that, then you could probably get up to 1 mil. What is the wonder range on that boy? He just buggered off all the way over there. Royal crossbow, you'll want a bow. They are weak to bows. Also, I just chained an asphyx and healed about 120 health from my gloves. That is kinda dire, I'm not gonna lie. You usually kill them with Necro. I guess that's an option as well. My previous account literally had level 1 Necro for so long. Actually, no, it would have been level like 20 or something because I would have got the book to bank bones, ashes, etc. But yeah, it sat on low level necro basically until I had wanted to kill Raziel. Can't remember why I wanted to kill Raziel. I didn't bother farming him for his gear or anything. Oh, was that actually something was the necromancy leveling process and all that stuff? Did that even make it into videos? I don't know if it did. Yes, hi Doris, the phone went off, I heard. Yo, Reg, congrats on the 25 stream streak. Thank you for the continued support, dude. Good morning, Abodi. Hi, Bodai. I'm terrible at pronouncing stuff. Real words I can hardly pronounce, so names are an especially hard challenge. Yeah, 160k XP an hour while safe spotting bound skeletons. Just beautiful, ain't it? You're like the Walmart version of Boaty. The Walmart version of Boaty is still a significantly better gamer than me, let's put it that way. That man is a beast. Okay. I'm kind of just fishing for a greater demon task, if I'm gonna be honest. Like, the magic XP from killing bound skellies is good. I do need 78 magic as well as 78 slayer.
I'm getting angry to the point of where I'm
I was talking to Gig for a second. Gig's got a migraine, so she's going to bed. So she was letting me know some stuff. Thrift store version then in the garage sale. I don't know. You find pretty good looking Charizards in garage sales, or you used to anyway. All I'm saying, if your template is Boaty, you're at least half a beast. Actually, I'm assuming it doesn't count. Can prayer proc the scripture of Elidness? That would be ridiculously busted. Any non-combat skill. Now, the game's inconsistent with whether or not it considers prayer a non-combat skill, but I'm assuming I'm assuming that in this case... What on... Oh, okay, this is... I'm assuming in this case it's one of the cases where prayer is considered a combat skill. But then the game will drop a combat XP lamp and be like, not in prayer, though. Just unintentionally sounds like his name when you say your name in your head. Fair enough. I'm just gonna end up finding random things to ramble about. That's what Slayer streams tend to turn into. I kill things for hours on end and ramble about stuff, things. The problem is Slayer is so much more efficient to like fixate on your best tasks that I tend to just kind of set things up so that I only end up getting the best tasks. Or I force them in some way. Which means when I do Slayer grinds, it's like hours on hours on hours of me killing the same stuff. Which is, I don't know. I don't know if it's good or that's good or not. It's efficient, though. You, Chikorita, and Cyrus inspired you to make a hardcore, by the way. The whole gang? The whole gang? I've been talking to Chikorita a lot while we've been playing the hardcores. Sharing stuff and findings. Chikorita's a, like, insane PVMer. So... He's doing, like, insane stuff, like... like jumping into Sanctum of Rebirth with tier 60 Necro gear and doing a 25-minute Necatra, which is just mental to me. I'm still not convinced he didn't turn on group assignments by mistake and get that as his Reaper task, but if they made Necatra a solo task, and available at the point of an account where you have like tier 60 Necro gear. Oh no. It's a bad time. They really ought to lean into the fact that the combat level goes up to like 150 now. And start putting some of the higher bosses just higher up that ladder. Because like, you might say like, oh, someone with level 90 stats and a tier 90 weapon can easily kill Ambassador. Meanwhile, people with tier 90 stats are sitting on like sitting on like Sun Spears and stuff. At least Iron Man anyway. Like again, my one like rule with that is don't balance the game around Iron Man. Part of the appeal of Iron Man is the whole, like, you know, getting shit done yourself. And sometimes that involves doing things suboptimally. If you were a main, there are certain things you would just never do. But that's also why I enjoy playing it, because there's just certain things I would never bother doing on my main. I would just go make money and buy all the stuff. And One Piece, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate it very much. Zemarigo has a recommended combat level of 120. Oh, you guys want to see something fun, huh? With the Soul Reaper levels. Go back to Soul Reaper task requirements. Who fancies level 125 Solacking? Or level 125 AODing and level 120 Ragoing? You get Rago at the same time you get Zuck if you leave group assignments on. Also, that's just kind of like these are actually the perfect examples where even though 120 combat level seems like a lot, the problem is on an Iron, you're incentivized to ignore summoning as much as humanly possible. Because summoning is, and prayer to a lesser extent, you want your overheads and you will start just naturally getting some prayer XP. But keeping your summoning low to keep your combat level low so you avoid hitting that level where you start getting those reapers where it's like, brother, I have a vanquish, I'm not going to kill Zerk. It's like, I mean, I guess there's technically nothing stopping me going and trying Zerk with, like, if I upgrade my Necro gear to tier 80, there's nothing stopping me going and killing Zerk. The fear of, you know, dying is always there. It's definitely not the safe time to go do it. Zerk is doable with tier 70 Necro gear, yeah. I mean, I have a guide on my YouTube channel of doing Zerk in tier 70 Necro gear. Admittedly, that was using auras. I don't have auras on this account. Since auras are being removed, I'm just not using them. So that way, anything I do in these first few episodes before auras get removed doesn't then be like, just start getting flooded with comments of like, oh, I can't do this because vampirism got removed or whatever. Yo, what's up, MSB? Just wanted to say you enjoyed the most recent YouTube video. TY for uploading. Thank you very much for dropping by to say that. I appreciate that a lot. I'm glad you enjoyed the video. New one, second one in the edit soon, TM. My voice is slowly recovering. I mean, if I keep streaming like this, then it's not gonna fully recover, but it's slowly getting there. But yeah, second episode's goal is to get a Sun Spear. So we're currently in the last stretch of that. It's probably not gonna be 40 minutes, is one thing I'll say. I might have shot the what's it called? I might have shot the javelin a little far with sticking the flag at Gate of Elidness for the first episode, but oh boy, did it make a good first episode. So it was just really hard to edit, and the amount of stuff I've had to cut or like push ahead and be like, okay, I'm gonna talk about that when I talk about thieving in depth in episode 2, or when I talk about like going more detail in farming runs and stuff in like episode 2. And it's like, how much stuff am I punting to episode 2 that's gonna end up being a bit of a, just end up making episode 2 like another 40-minute monster. How are you finding some skills without checker trades? Honestly, Herblore has been a freaking breeze. Ooh, ghosties. It's time to head over to head on over to Slayer Tower. Where is it? I know I have a nose peg in here somewhere. I promise you there's a nose peg in here somewhere. There it is. Okay, let's restore our prayer real quick. Include master CAs in episode 2. Honestly, the chance of me even doing elite CAs without doing status is like basically 0. Like, elite CAs require you to start fucking around with Calphite King and getting him to use as a mort and stuff, and that just sounds like a way to go down. So, like, might try and figure out a good way to get War's Blessing 4. If there's a, like, reasonable way to do that, because that'd be a nice, like, hey, go do these things to... Oh, it's Ghosts, not Aberrant Spectres, so I can't get a Slayer contract. If you get Ghosts as a Slayer task, and you come do Aberrant Spectres for them, then you can't also get a Slayer contract for Aberrant Spectres, because they're for different base monsters. Like, Ghosts and Aberrant Spectres are not the same monster. It just an Aberrant Spectre counts as a ghost when on a Slayer task. But if you get a Slayer contract and come kill Aberrant Spectres for a ghost task, then it will complete the Slayer contract and not complete the task, I'm pretty sure. It's the order it works. It does one or the other. I don't remember how it prioritizes them. Something smells like bleach. Back to Zemi. Take the spoon with you and get your dang drops. Oh, I forgot to bring runes, so we're disassembling their alchables instead. At least solo KK can be cheesed with sign / ring of death. Yeah, just don't take a ring of life, apparently. Because apparently don't work very well there. Hope you have better luck than me at DKs. I don't really need to worry about DKs as long as I have status, to be honest. Actually, I guess I wouldn't mind a ring upgrade for some of the more safer grinds, but I'm probably just going to end up wearing a ring of death most of the time because I'm going to make mistakes. It's like just something I have to accept. Like, I'm gonna make mistakes, and wearing a ring of death means that when I do make that mistake, I can just get myself out of the situation before it goes too bad. But stuff like, I mean, it would be nice to have good rings for, like, doing... If we get the tier 95s from normal mode Sanctum again, which I don't know if I want to do that again. The normal mode drop rate is... yeah, it's not pleasant. So I wonder if it's better off going for a different tier 95 and going to Nicatra when you can do hard mode and also have the KCs actually be potential shards as well as weapons. Not really sure on that one yet. Can say the same thing with DKs. Your first hatchet was 430 KC. I at least have a dragon hatchet. I'm at least not that unlucky. Also, Aberrant Spectre tasks are nice because they're undead. You get the Salve Amulet buffs. And, I mean, they're not amazing XP an hour if we take a look at that. Like, 40k an hour is pretty bad. But I can't do Vengeful Ghosts, which would be the, like, optimal way to get XP out of this task. But they need 85 Slayer, and I'm also pretty sure they just kick our butt right now. So this is very much a slower XP, but supplies task. They drop a bunch of herbs, a bunch of snape grass. Snape grass means we can make use of our Ranars for herb lore XP. And also just build up a stockpile of prayer potions. It's always nice. Zoom in a bit so I misclick less. Yeah, so slower task in terms of XP, but supplies make it worth it. I mean, the combat XP is actually kind of okay. Like, I know we've been conditioned to think anything below, like, 300k an hour is pointless because of the Abyss. Also, the Abyss is a post-nerf version, is something else I have to keep reminding myself. The Abyss used to be way more insane. Just keep putting all the noted herbs in the bag. I wish there was a way to toggle the bag. But the herb lore bag can hold noted herbs. There's irrits over there that are just out of area loot line of sight, I guess? How is that line of sight for me to be able to hit the mob, but not line of sight for looting? Let's put the herb lore bag a bit higher up, so I don't have to move the mouse as much. Yeah, they give Fellstalk seeds really early on, which is going to be nice for when we get to the point of making prayer renewals. They give Alk/disassembles, which are always good. Snape grass is prayer potions. Swamp tart. I mean, if you do this task enough times, maybe you can use a Black Sally to level invention early instead of what I did, where I went and did. I got to 22 with a Black Salamander, which took like so much tar, way more tar than it should have. And then at 22 you can make the skilling tools. So I just made a Rodomatic and leveled that up to 5. And that's how I got up to 28 invention. And at 27 invention, but in my case 28, you can start leveling stuff up to level 10, so you can actually start siphoning stuff, and then it becomes a lot more straightforward. Also, if you're doing pickpocketing and you have invention unlocked, make the pickpocketing bag or the thieving bag, because it levels up so quick. It levels up super quick, and it doesn't cost that much in terms of charges, because charges are based on time, not XP. Also, you can stick Prosper on it and start getting some clues. Yeah, ammo for the Black Sally was pretty rough. I just about scraped together enough to get one Black Sally to level 5, but nah. Doing it long term ain't gonna do it. Ain't gonna work anymore. Also, these guys normally need a little bit of food. This is the first place where the gloves have turned a low food activity into basically a no food activity. So, the healing exists is what I guess I'm trying to say there, but yeah, the fact it isn't even enough to keep you healed at fetid zombies is kinda unfortunate. I guess the thing is that like these gloves are designed to be gloves that you just wear because there's no other damage gloves, I guess. And like you kind of wear them because they're just your best gloves regardless, and the healing is kind of a side benefit. But then why would you go out of your way to bother getting them? Especially with how long it takes to get them. Now you're better off just... I'd be better off just sticking with the Lunar gloves, not bothering going there and just working on either Eclipse Soul or Soul Split. Ended up getting the gloves. Any idea, Casey? From 2,217. They weren't worth that many kills, is the spoiler. I guess, like, they're nice and I'm gonna wear them because they're better than just wearing, like, something that doesn't have a passive effect. But they are not worth going out of your way to get, I think. Which is a shame, because early game needs things that are worth going out of your time to get, to be honest. Because the current, like, meta of just rush to higher levels, like, rush to 75 combat and stick on a Vanquish, for instance, is kind of a shame. That it doesn't really reward people for going and smelling the roses, as it were. Like, obviously, it's a fine meta for people like me who are just like, yeah, I'm not really that interested in playing early game because I played it before. I just want to zoom through it and get to the later game. But, rare item and it degrades. I don't actually know how much this is going to cost. I'm assuming if I go use it on, what's his name? On Bob, it will tell me rather than just insta-repairing it. But I swear to God, if it costs, like... If repairing these things costs over 100k or something, then I got some more questions to be asking. But yeah, I'm gonna keep using them and degrade them down a good bit so that we get a good idea of what the actual repair cost is. Because like repair cost is one of the reasons why I can't frickin' stand smithing armor. You know how much it costs to repair Elder Rune? You make this armor, right? You spend all this time grinding up smithing to make this armor. No damage bonus, nothing like that. Not augmentable, just literal health and armor. It degrades and has to be repaired for 1,350,000 if you were to just take it to Bob. Now, admittedly, you've got the smithing to make it, so you've got the smithing to repair it at an armor stand and probably get a discount. So let's say it's 700k or 750k to repair. It's got no benefit other than just being, like, high armor. There's no, like... There's no perk to wearing it. No, I guess there's a like tiny bit of damage reduction that the tank armor's got, just based on their level. But it's like it's bog standard tier 85 armor, and it's not even power gear. Like, why does it degrade? Guess you could compare it to old school Barrow's armor. The problem is armor in RS3 really sucks. Bosses don't splash. Mobs do not splash. So, I mean, they kind of can. Like, maybe a Barrow's brother can splash on you. But you go to Karapak and he's not splashing. You go to... I mean, this is a bad example for talking about Outer Rune, but, like, you go to Raziel, and he has literal 100% accuracy no matter what your armor value is. Whereas in old school, you've got accuracy on you matters enough to the point that you've literally got bosses where it's better to wear tank armor. Like, you know, Blood Moon and stuff, where it's better to wear tank armor because the benefits of not getting hit are high enough. That just doesn't exist in RS3, because even if there was a benefit to the boss splashing on you, it's just doesn't happen often enough, no matter how good defensive armor you wear. Tank armor doesn't matter. I'm talking about Elder Rune. Crit Bloom is good because of the passive effects on it and the fact that Animate Dead is freaking insane and remains freaking insane to this day. Like, honestly, Dark, you may as well have just said someone should tell on-release Ganodermic that tank gear is bad. Because on-release Ganodermic was too far I will admit that it was too far, but it had a bit more of the right idea. But it had a bit more of the right idea as to what tank armor should actually be. It just went too far with it. I look like a mushroom, which is cool. Cool, I guess. I can cosplay as Zygamite. Sweet. I guess I know what I'm wearing to RuneFest now. Assuming I end up going to RuneFest. I don't actually have a... I don't actually know what's going on with that, so... Remember Prey Rage only Jad with OG Gano? Yep. It was... Like, you saw people going into the fight caves with, like, a polypore stick, full Gano, and a spectral spirit shield. And they would just prey range the entire fight cave, and they could almost AFK it. And this was back when the fight cave was actually still, I mean, I'd say relatively difficult. There was definitely power creep that made it less so. But it's not like fight caves is now, where you just blitz through it and use keybinds to make prayer switching a breeze. That's one thing I will say. If old school got keybound prayer switching, the skill floor would raise drastically in that game. Ah, the hellhounds rear their ugly head. It was inevitable. Okay, let's I need to organize this stuff better, don't I? That goes there. That goes there. You praise Soul Split only these days, so guess it didn't get better. Yeah, Soul Split might have been a mistake. We kind of have this like weird problem where they can't add much more sustain to the game, because anything you add on top of Soul Split just gets out of hand. So you kind of have this problem where the only sustain real sustain they've added to the game is something that is incompatible with Soul Split. And now we have food that heals 2800. I mean, in full tank gear, you're looking at having like over 15,000 health. So boss mechanics are gonna start hitting harder, especially as more people just end up wearing Masterwork for stuff. Like Masterwork having a life point bonus and a damage bonus. Oh my god, I forgot how awful these guys are up here. These might actually be better off going and killing in the Tavily dungeon, even with the damage bonus you get in the Wildy. My problem is I don't have I don't have 70 agility, so going through the Tavily dungeon is still a bit slow. And no, I don't have agility potions either. I probably should make some. Yeah, like any sustain they add on top of Soul Split is just gonna go way out of hand. Like if these gloves were good, and like a high level player would want to wear these gloves alongside Soul Split, or depending on how much damage the mob does. I mean, no, we just do so much damage that protection prayers are kind of almost meaningless as well. Like, even though they reduce damage by 60%, most of the time you just end up praying Soul Split anyway. Simply train agility first? But agility. Triple melee bleed plus vamp gloves plus soul split is OP for AFK. Why are you even adding the vamp gloves in that? If you have soul split, then the healing from the vamp gloves is such a small percentage. I almost feel like you'd be better off just wearing like gloves of passage or something and just doing more damage so your soul split hits more and your bleeds tick harder. I genuinely think you'd get more healing out of that. Why did you stop attacking? Because he ran out of range. Just chase him. But for early game noobs, soul split is definitely not early game. And if it's a new player, I doubt they would go and get soul split in the early game. Like, I gotta try and emphasize here. Telling someone they need to go get 92 in a skill when they're new to the game has them very, very, spooked. Although I will say, Techie unfortunately got baited into the Master Clue trap. He really wanted to do a Master Clue, and the Master Clue ended up being the maximum steps possible, which is unfortunate. And the last step of it was to burn a curly root. And I just was sitting there like, you should ignore that. You should ignore that, or you should drop it. You got lucky getting a load of Lost Grove scan steps and stuff that's actually doable at your level. But, like, don't go down the rabbit hole of woodcutting to to curly roots. And then he went and did it. He went and did it. The mad lad was just like, well, guess I'm woodcutting and fire making for 2 weeks straight. I was like, oh boy. Poor dude. Got baited into the clue bait. How am I pulling aggro on lesser demons easier when I'm fighting hellhounds than when I'm trying to fight lesser demons? Bodhi's used to his group giving him 1,000,000 bones. There is lore here that I have not heard before. Also, if you have 70 agility, go do these in the Tavali dungeon. The damage buff of the wilderness is not worth this. These spawns are atrocious. Wait, actually. Why did I do it? Why did I kill them here? Isn't there a set of hellhounds in the free dungeon? Surely those are better than these. Yes, and they aggro? I guess I should go there then. Because then you just need the Wildy Sword 2 to teleport. Well, actually, the entrance to the free dungeon isn't that far from the lodestone. Actually, it's not far from us now. We could literally just... Slight waste of time at this stage of the task. But I'm pretty sure it is just literally... Yeah, it's literally right here. Watch out for the greater demons and the green dragons. I don't think the green dragons are aggro, but the greaters are. This place brings back some bad memories, unfortunately. Going for the what's it called? Going for the old wilderness weapons back when you used to get them from doing Slayer bounties. Yeesh. No, it's not even this. This is This used to be level... What's it called? Used to as wild? Wait, used to what? I've said something, I've forgotten. I've said something has left my mouth and my brain at the same time. Used to doing Sunspear to 95 prayer immediately after unlocking fires. I mean, yeah, that is the plan. I don't know how the hell I'm gonna get a world, but that is the plan. Also, I was hoping Vamp Gloves would kind of help with the Vires. I was kind of hoping the Vamp Gloves would help with the Vire situation. It is not going to help with the Vire situation. At least not any significant amount. Yo, what's up, Evil? Also, I don't know why I keep turning my prayer off. I'm wearing the bird skull necklace. I have literal infinite of it. But yeah, not having vampirism for Vires is going to be a little awkward. Okay. I guess do your hellhounds there. They're better than the... What's my guess for today's relic reveal? I've not really been following it, so I don't know. Have they said what day is going to be the combat relic reveal? Like, is it just a one-off relic reveal, or is it a whole tier? You know what? Get out of here. I hate you. I hate you, Raptor. The waitings are not playing in my favor today. I don't know when I got so many anti-fires, but I'll take them, I guess. I'm assuming just from all the elite clues I did. Oh, that's where I got the super restores. Yeah, the super restores would have been from elite clues as well. Settings, Bone Crusher, Berry, Dragon Bones. It's 2 reveals a day. Fair. I'm still not convinced on playing old school leagues. I just don't have the investment in old school to get like as hyped about it as everyone else. And in terms of like from a content POV, it's like one of the most saturated things possible to do. So there's like no reason to do it from a content POV, so it'd have to just be my pure enjoyment factor of it. And I don't know how much that is, how much that's there for old school leagues. It's drop time? He's green? When is next RS3 leagues then? Isn't it like August? You're so surprised I'm not planning on doing leagues? I'll be doing RS3 leagues, but... Yo, Road Bottoms? He actually got a good drop? Color me surprised. If you do OS leagues, I'll do RS3 leagues. I'm gonna call your bluff there and say you'll do RS3 leagues whether or not I do. No, we're definitely doing RS3 leagues, but I don't know. The thing is, like, from a content POV, right? It's not like I'm gonna gain an audience by going and doing old school leagues, right? So from playing the content game perspective, it makes no sense. I'm just gonna spend less time in the RS3 category. If anything, there might be other RS3 players that leave the RS3 category for a while, and I mean, this is like a very minor thing. The RS3 category on Twitch is not a great source of traffic. I get way more out of putting effort into YouTube videos. I get way more than just sitting in the RS3 category for 12 hours a day. I don't sit in there for 12 hours a day. That's the machine Fizox. That's his stream times. I cannot do what he does. That is for sure. But think about having the quest done with a blue arrow. Isn't the whole point of leagues that you don't have to quest? Wasn't that kind of one of the points that RS3 leagues missed the first time? Not all of them. I want to do any of them. If the quest points haven't given it away, I'm not a huge fan of questing. Like the fact I've done the Haven Hive quests once now and actually seen and enjoyed the story. The next run-throughs of those are going to be boring because I already know what happens. I already know the characters. I already know the story beats. You'll be going for rank 1 days for leagues for the first few days again. See, here's the thing. Like, when I played RS3 leagues, I didn't even realize that I was kind of zooming on the first day, and I was on the front page of RS3 leagues at the end of when I logged off the first day, right? But the problem is I'm not willing to play like 16 plus hours a day because I value keeping my I don't like I don't value my place on the leaderboard more than I value trying to actually get sleep. Did I see EVScape breaking down his monetization video? No, but I can guess what its purpose was, and it was probably to show off just how much of it actually comes from stuff like sponsorships and deals, etc., compared to actual ad revenue, etc. Like, here's one of the things you've got to remember about sponsorships. Like, everyone says that like people are sellouts when they take sponsorships and stuff, right? But if you don't get sponsors on videos, those videos will not pay back the amount of money, like the amount of time you put into a good video. That will not be repaid by ad revenue. And if you're paying an editor to edit the video for you, then just giving them the ad revenue from the video is not enough to compensate them. Maybe if you're like so big, but then at that point you should be paying them, like, you know, you should be paying for you know, real good talent at that point. So like if I is this, I mean, I guess I'm not on YouTube, so I can technically talk about YouTube numbers on Twitch. There's no reason, right? I don't stream to YouTube, so I wouldn't be breaking YouTube's TOS by talking about it. But my best ever video. Oh, is that not a thing anymore? Is it not against YouTube TOS to mention revenue and stuff in videos? I don't know. That was a thing a while ago. I don't know if it changed. It might have changed. I haven't really kept up with it. Also, Green Dragon. Whoever told me that dragons weren't worth avoiding by like not doing Dragon Slayer and stuff, you are so wrong. This is terrible. This is awful. Easily the worst task I can roll. And the problem is they're low weighting, so they're not good value blocks. And I just spent all my Slayer points blocking a task, so I can't skip them. And I don't really want to skip with Turiel, because that'll reset my streak. I mean, at least I hit 50, so I don't lose out that bit. Based on YouTube service and AdSense policy, is generally not against the rules to mention your own revenue, but it is prohibited to share specific confidential data regarding ad performance. What's the difference? There are more of them in the free dungeon. Oh yeah, that good old place. RS3 Slayer lists are different to old OSRS. Yeah. Someone said that it was what's it called? That dragons weren't that bad in RS3 specifically. And I'm gonna have to vehemently disagree. Even if I double my kills per hour, this is not a great task. I can't bank the bones. I can't bank the bones without making the task take forever, so I'm getting base XP for burying them. Later, there's a great task where you can do ED2. I am not going into ED2 this geared. I'm not I'm not killing the hardcore for a few better Slayer rates. No diary for noted bones? I don't know. I don't think the Wildy diary has noted bones at all in it. The Fremennik diary gives noted Dagannoth King bones. Elite. But I don't think there's... You're allowed to say I made X with this video, but not how much... Okay, that's what I wanted to say. Basically just say how much I made on a specific video. Because, like, if I take my best ever case... Okay, you guys are going to hate this because it's a freaking old school video. But the best video I have ever put out got 16k views and earned £600. Now, it took ages to build up to earning that much. So, like, when I first put it out, it would have been way less than that. But, like, say someone else edited that for me, right? Considering how long it took me to edit it. Okay, admittedly, there's a time difference in editing because my skills with editing software are lesser than someone who is better at it or is doing it as a profession. They would be able to do the small things that I take a while to do quicker. Actually, can I scale back that graph to like the first like 3 months, let's say? If I scale that graph back, oh, I don't know if I can actually. I was trying to see how much it would earn like the first 3 months, because that's about what I could like see for like paying someone for the first like 3 months of ad revenue on a video or something. I don't know how exactly people do that kind of split, but we are literally talking about like the best video I've ever released in terms of performance, and it's not an RS3 video, so. So let's say from October to... Okay, my anti-fire is fine. October to January? That didn't even change the date range. Oh, because it's written in fucking American. So the first 3 months it earned 300 quid. So let's say I gave an editor like all the ad revenue from that video for the first 3 months it was out. So they'd get 300 quid for editing the video, and that's my literal best video in terms of like viewership. Now if you just scale that back like to a video that gets a tenth the views, which is much more like my like previous Iron Man videos I was doing. Obviously, like episode 1s are a bit inflated, so can't really draw on that. But you scale that back to a video that was getting about a tenth the views, and someone edits an episode of the Iron Man for me, and I say, okay, you can get I'll pay you the ad revenue for the first 3 months. Doing it perpetually sounds like an accounting nightmare, but they'd get 30 quid. £30 for editing an entire video. I would never pay someone that low for that job. I mean, I'm pretty sure Protox does all his own stuff. I don't think he has anyone editing for him or anything. The guy has got it down to an art. Like, he knows exactly what he needs to do before the update drops, what to prep before we even know the full true, like, guaranteed facts. As far as you know, only RS Guy has an editor. RS Guy has 2. He might have a third. I don't know if Pup's still doing editing for him, but RS Guy is also like putting out videos more frequently than I am, and he covers multiple facets of the game, whereas I only cover the one thing. Honestly, that would be the dream, Chev. That would be the dream. Because the editing part is my weakest part. Like, I can do scripting and narrative and all that kind of stuff, and like planning out account pathways and all that kind of stuff. I also don't enjoy it. I hate sitting there listening to my own voice. It's horrendous. Don't worry, you don't know how to edit? Then you're in the same boat as me. You don't mind your own voice, it's just the process? So Chev, this time last week, right? I didn't stream last Saturday. I just worked on editing. I didn't even realize the task was over. I just worked on editing that video that went up. By the time I got to like about 6 PM in the day, I was genuinely debating deleting all of my post commentary because it all sounded terrible to me. Like, I just my mental like state of just listening to my voice over and over had degraded to the point where I couldn't stand to hear it so much that everything sounded bad. Man, Hellhounds again? What the? Brother! I've literally blocked these now. These are the only bad tasks left. Look at all the green! As an RS Guy said, he does it for fun. He usually just breaks even or loses money on videos. RS Guy is a careerist. He's like, that's his job. He's not losing money making videos. The stuff he's losing money on is the websites and stuff he's helping like support and run and all that kind of stuff. But to be honest, he's building goodwill via doing those projects. He's probably losing on video and getting back on stream. I doubt it. I don't know how much I can how much I can extrapolate without starting to run afoul of what Chev mentioned about CPM and stuff, but I really doubt that he's losing money on videos. Like, he might be, if you only take into account the ad revenue of the video, and I don't even know how you start calculating stuff like channel memberships and etc. and like super thanks or whatever YouTube called it. I don't even know if that stuff still exists, but you can tell how bad of an actual YouTuber I am. I just upload the video, man. But I really doubt that he's losing money with because every video he puts out, it has a sponsor, right? And he's got long-term sponsors now, like Elgato and such. Like, a long-term sponsor, in my mind, what that would mean, I have obviously not worked in that space, but that would be consistency, right? That would be consistency. The problem a lot of smaller YouTubers, when I say smaller YouTubers, I'm actually talking about people our guy size, because compared to the big pool, compared to we're a little RS3 pond in the slightly less little RuneScape overall pond, because old school's bigger than RS3, etc. But we're a small pond in an already small pond, so RS guy, when you compare him to other people in other categories and stuff, he would come across as a small middling size creator. And from what I see, a lot of people in that size range struggle with on YouTube is sponsorships. I've actually seen a few people that I'm subscribed to put out a post saying, hey, there's a video ready to go, I'm just trying to lock down a sponsor before I can actually put it up. And basically just if they can't put a sponsor on the video, they can't pay rent. Right? That's how important sponsorships are. And if you have a consistent sponsor, that's security. That is the golden thing. I don't know how his thing works with Elgato, whether they're just sponsoring his stream or sponsoring some videos or sponsoring him as a specific creator. Is a wild crit and a wild Chev? We're not that wild around these parts. He's also got a wife. I have a wifey. I mean, he is doing very well for himself. If that's what your point was, he is doing very well for himself. Guy's doing great stuff. Yeah, I don't know the specifics of his sponsorships and stuff, but all I gotta say is having a consistent sponsor is probably a dream situation. Now, I'm fortunate in that for me, this is I don't need to care about the monetary side of it. If a video makes money, that's good for me because, number go up. Number go up bluntly. But if I don't put a sponsor on a video, or I don't upload for a month because IRL shit's happening or whatever, I don't have to worry about missing rent. Because my day job pays for that. Which means my lack of understanding just comes from a lack of needing. A lack of necessity. I don't need to look into this stuff, and I mean, this is kind of foolishly a foolish way of looking at it. There's a certain level of I would rather not go down the whole thing of uploading videos with 2-minute sponsor segments and and like constant calls to action to pump up the numbers to look better to sponsors, and like part of me would rather not do that, but like that's playing the game wrong, right? Like there is a certain level of like, you need to put out a video that people enjoy, because otherwise they won't watch it. Is like the blunt fact of it, right? You need to put out a good video. But when it's, you know, when the goal is growth, or like playing to, or like trying to grow on YouTube, the human aspect of it starts to disappear a little bit, and I kind of want to keep that as best I can. But yeah, basically what started all this is TLDR, when people, you know, get sponsorships on videos, and sometimes they're sponsorships you might not agree with, it's not them selling out, it's literally just them trying to have a roof over their head. That's all it is. And sometimes they can't be picky. If someone's offering them, hey, I'll pay your rent this month if you mention me in your video, and it's one of those ones that's kind of like sponsoring like loads of videos, so no one's gonna really pay it too much mind, go get your bag. Like, go pay your rent. Yeah, kind of like that. And you gotta do things you don't enjoy. That's also it, right? Like if you care about growth, you put the thing up in a way that makes YouTube the happiest. Because if YouTube's happy, YouTube puts your video in front of more people, and then that's kind of like a feedback cycle, that your video gets put in front of more people, your video gets more views, your video gets more watch time, your video gets more engagement, and it just kind of snowballs, right? That's why it is like difficult for smaller creators to really get that like initial foothold, because when you're competing for getting into someone's home feed, you're competing with like, you know, people like Chev and me who already have that snowball somewhat built up, right? Ah, finally undead. Finally an undead tusk. So that's why it's kind of tricky to like get that initial footing in. And I mean, I'm stupidly grateful that I kind of fluked when it comes to starting on YouTube. I don't really know the reason I say it's a fluke is because I don't know why it happened, and therefore I obviously can't have caused it. If I don't know how it happened in the first place, I can't have, you know, intentionally done it. But my first video on YouTube did really well, and like the first few got me to 1,000 subs really quickly, which kind of gets you out of that initial rut. Yeah, if you see any other small creators and like you enjoy the video they make, like I'll happily mention one, say a video I really enjoyed watching recently. Dakota RS doing a little like true comping series. I think it was called True Comping. But he did a little video going over his like journey learning Zuck up to the point of getting an easy can. It's like, you know, that was a good watch. Make sure to actually give him the like and sub, and you know, make the numbers go up so YouTube is happy and more people get to see it, right? Yeah, I swear to God, if I ever say in a video that only like 30% of the people that watch my videos are subscribed, feel free to call me out on it. Also, you'll know that I'm starting to take YouTube more seriously, I guess, at that point. If I start trying to actually play that game. Because, like, not playing that game is literally just shooting myself in the foot. So many people have run the numbers, done the experiments, and just playing that game is the way to grow. I just care more about the video than I care about the numbers, which is not a place many people can. But it's not something many people can do. Like, YouTube takes a lot of time. Like, I mean, RuneScape's also kind of bad for it because the ratio of time spent playing the game to the actual content you get out of it is kind of whack. So it's not particularly great for progress style videos. So to get someone who has the free time available, like, I don't have a kid, right? I have a puppy, and I'm happy with that. But Gig and I have no interest in having children for reasons I won't go into. But we have no interest in having children. So, like, I have the free time available to me. I, for some reason, love this dang game. And I'm willing to sit there listening to my own voice for 10 hours straight to get a video edited. So, yeah. But that's also, like, just because I have, like, security. I know that I'm still going to be in work in 3 months. I know that my bills are going to be paid. I know that if I have to move, I can afford to deal with, like, all the, like, moving stuff should something happen, and our renting thing here fall through. Like, I have job security at my job, so I don't need to chase it elsewhere. And that is not a common thing right now. Which sucks, bluntly. Yeah, your stuff's been doing good recently, Chev. Also, I've been, like, you've been kind of on point with some of your feedback, etc. So, good shit. Sadly, you're in the other boat. Yeah, I understand that. So what I'm saying, guys, is go sub to Chivalric RS on YouTube. What do I do for a day job? I'm a software engineer, which might sound a little spooky to anyone who's worried about who's heard the whole thing about, like, software engineers being replaced by AIs and stuff. Honestly, it is so much more likely that I end up just running a bunch of AI, like, a bunch of AI instances than as, like, my job description. Basically, my job description changes to running a bunch of Claude instances and orchestrating them and reviewing code. That's the big thing that people aren't getting. Also, Dubs, thank you very much for the 4-month resub. I appreciate you very much. The legend. The thing people aren't getting is that someone's got to review this freaking code. You could, like, my work would never allow an AI to just write code, raise a PR, review it itself with, like, a different instance of that AI, and merge it. That would never happen at our company, and that's been, like, laid out strictly to us. The reviewing process and the human touch process is still important. Now, sure, you can do all the bootstrapping of, like, write me a website, yar, or whatever. You can do all that stuff quick. But you want to know the truth? So can professionals. We could do, like, you want us to put up a website in, like, in 3 hours that runs on localhost and has no security? Cool, give me React in, like, 2 hours and you'll have what you asked for. AI could just do that a little quicker. And thank you very much for the raid, Spitfire Kender. Apologies for the middle of the rant timing there. But thank you very much for the raid of 6 viewers. Thank you for giving the shout out, Pato. Hope you're all doing well. Welcome in, everyone. You're joining my hardcore Iron Man as he works towards River of Blood and getting the Sun Spear so that we can start training invention and unlock all the goodies that come with that. Hate to raid and run, but you gotta get ready for work. No, it's fine, it's fine. Thank you again for the raid. Hope you have a good day at work. It's still way less people than needed. Okay, say you run a company that develops software, right? And over the past 10 years, you've cultivated a team of engineers that, you know, can deliver what is required already. Now, bear in mind we're talking like a much smaller company than the big companies. The big companies, they're talking like shareholder money. If they can cut costs by cutting people off and make a quarter look good, that's what they're gonna do. It's a completely different game. Have you have a great and wonderful stream? Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Yeah, like big companies are playing a completely different game to the little guys. Our goal as a company, the CEO is literally just an engineer who was like, the CEO of our company was literally just an engineer who hated all the like corporate bullshit. So he made his own company to make software. That's the whole shebang. So like, what would your choice be? You're a small company. You've managed to cultivate a bunch of engineers that have stuck with you for years, know your code base, know what you want really well, all that kind of stuff, right? And now a tool has come along that makes all of those people way more productive. And like, again, you're a small company, so it's not just like you're producing the most you ever could. I mean, I guess I literally wagered my livelihood on the fact that, you know, the CEO of my company is looking at AI as like, damn, we can put out so much more shit right if we learn how to use this. He's not looking at like, oh, who can I get rid of? Like, firing me is like, firing me ain't gonna do shit to to the company's bottom line. But if I suddenly like double my output because a bunch of my menial tasks are being done by like an AI chatbot, like making it write automation or some boring crap like that, he's gonna take that any day of the week. So that's where like AI is like sitting for most, or well, not, I guess not for most, because most people probably work for bigger companies. Yeah, the thing is with bigger companies and like the general corporate business model of like quarterly profits and all that kind of stuff just falls apart when it comes to software development. It already was kind of a wonky match and just resulted in some really weird stuff where you'd see companies put out an amazing product or an amazing update, and then a week later, like, lay off 20% of their workforce. And the literal only reason they're doing that is because it makes that quarter look fucking amazing on the paper. Like, we cut costs by this much, we brought in this much revenue, we released this amazing... The quarter looks freaking amazing. And then the next quarter comes around and they gotta do it all over again. Completely different game. Also, I've just heard the stories, like, where companies have gone, oh wow, we can just give our PMs Claude instances and replace our developers with with Claude instances. And it's like, yeah, how's that worked out for them? Oh, it's a complete mess. Surprise. Anyone know how to fix the mess? No. So I've heard the stories of it going bad. And the general atmosphere in my company isn't all AI is gonna replace us and stuff like that. So I'm not gonna say that the whole rumors and stuff you're hearing about like mass layoffs at large companies are like unfounded or stupid or unrealistic. I'm just trying to explain why I'm not concerned in my situation. If I was working for Google or Microsoft, you bet your butt I'm polishing the CV. You studied computer science for 2 years when you realized everything you learned, and I mean everything can be done ChatGPT, let alone better models, you left. Yeah, computer science courses are gonna have to change. I've got the benefit of doing my computer science course a decade ago, right? And even then, the stuff I learned was was arguably outdated. But the underlying theory of like understanding how software should be developed, which was like hugely my focus for the time there. Like my project was basically like my university course was like you do a bunch of modules to figure out what stuff you're interested in, and then in your last year you pick a topic, and it's either maybe you're interested in networking, so you're gonna like show off a networking deployment that you've designed and stuff like that, or you're really into the software development side of things, so you're gonna you're gonna put together a team and develop a piece of software. So we actually our team in the our team in our final year, we developed a web application that is, I don't know if it still is, but in the following year, like I had some friends in lower years, and they mentioned to me that the person teaching the like theory of computing course was actually using our tool to explain finite state automata. So yeah, we actually built a web app that had a real use, and that was our final year project. And the year in industry that I did, where I did my year in industry, which is it's basically like a work placement year where you do 2 years of studying, you go work for a company for a year, and then you do your last year of studying and your final project and stuff, having actually seen what stuff looks like in the real world. So having done, a placement year developing a real product, and then developing a real product for my final year, that was way more valuable than any of the specifics that I learned in any given module. Like, sure, the stuff like knowing how to organize databases correctly and reason about data in different ways, because like I guess abstraction is the best way to like talk about that. Is like, how do you abstract furniture? Like, how do you abstract a chair, how do you abstract a chair, a table, a bookshelf? And like your first thought is like, well, they all, the first thought in your brain is, well, they all go to pieces of furniture, right? But that's not quite the best way to organize it in terms of programming, because they all have different function. They are all essentially the same type of thing, the same category of thing. If you went to a furniture shop, they would sell bookshelves and they would sell tables and they would sell chairs. But they have different functions, so why would they share functionality? The fact that they might be made of wood is an artist problem, not a what's it called? Not a programmer problem. Unless your game has a fire system, then I guess stuff being made of wood might be relevant. But not all furniture is made of wood, so that's not like, you're not going to make an abstraction that's furniture, because furniture is all different. It has different functionality, it has different properties, it's made of different materials. So like that fundamental different way of thinking in terms of functionality instead of what is. That's what I got from uni. I can't tell you half of what's written in my in the books I studied for. Like in the books I used to study for my exams, I can't tell you. Like I couldn't flip to a page of notes that I wrote in like 5 minutes when all this stuff was in my head and I was studying for exams and I had just the perfect model of it in my head so that I could pass the exam. I couldn't tell you what a random page in that meant now, probably. I could decipher it, but I couldn't just open it and go, oh yeah, this means this, 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 this. I'd have to actually read it. But yeah, the process, the different way of thinking, that's what you get from it. And like the actual experience of developing software in different environments that I fortunately managed to get. I need to go get a drink of water. One sec. It's still not dead useless though. One of your close friends is doing great, although he was lucky to graduate before the AI rise. Now he's running his own startup with another 2 devs and working full time. That is one thing I will admit. Being a fresh grad right now has gotta suck. Because a lot of like the graduate schemes that larger companies would run, they would take like a lot of graduates, that's why they're graduate schemes, would go through those. Those now don't exist because those larger companies are basically just looking at all of it, and it's like, why would I hire a dev that I need to teach when I could just pay for more like Claude instances? But then what happens when all your experienced devs that actually can catch the problems in the code written by AI, what happens when all those guys retire, right? And you've not skilled up the next like set of people to actually continue the work. It all comes crashing down, right? So I think we're gonna see like this flip one way and then flip the other way is basically, you know, I mean, the hard thing to accept is that software engineering is no longer about writing algorithms. You need to understand algorithms because you need to review stuff, and that is the hard bit. You need to look at what's been generated, and you need to look at what's been generated by other people's bots. And let's say I was to develop twice as many features in a given release. Like I've been told, okay, this release is gonna run for 4 months. We want it by this events that's happening, and we kind of want these features. Now, if they double the number of features, that doubles the cognitive load that I have to go through. It doesn't matter that I'm not writing the code specifically. I need to design the feature. I need to design the feature to the point of being able to tell the AI how to handle all these different cases, and then I need to like iterate with it because you're never getting the correct answer the first time. So like the work is still there. It's just a different set of day-to-day tasks. That's your issue with the career you want. It's an absolute nightmare and impossible to get into without loads of experience, but you can't get said experience anywhere that isn't said job. Wait, where do they normally recruit from then? Or is it very much a getting your foot in somewhere and like showing them you have the skills to do that job and like getting internally recruited to do it kind of thing? Anyway, random rant about AI over. Oh yeah, I'm not saying I like support all uses of AI, by the way. I think AI like art generation and stuff is like there's a reason I'm no good with an editor. I'm no good with an image editor, right? But there's a reason you aren't seeing me start using AI thumbnails. Because I think AIs are tools to use as part of a process. They shouldn't replace processes. Now, that might be a certain level of naivety. If certain jobs are just able to be replaced by something that is literally just guessing the probability of the next word. That is ultimately what AI is at the moment at the fundamental level. That's the thing that gets me about how it's able to do all this stuff with, like... I'm assuming when it comes to image generation, it's doing it pixel by pixel instead of, like, word by word, but... The thing is, it needs, like... Oh, we keep hearing about, like, how stuff's stolen for training models and all this kind of stuff, right? What happens when that training data doesn't exist? How does an AI model... How does an AI model advance? How does it come up with the next thing instead of just, like, spitting out what's already been done, but in a slightly different format? I don't see the avenue for that right now. And that's a good thing. I don't think we should let a eventually, inevitably observed script running on someone's machine start determining what our future looks like. That would be terrible. Your farm run's got you a call. I forgot to do my farm run. No, I said a few Slayer tasks ago I'd do a farm run after the current task, and I've just not done it. I've been enjoying rambling and slaying too much. You think that's what happened with Miyazaki art? Yeah, that's... Oof. That's gotta sting, like, having all your art just be used as the baseline for, like, anime models or whatever, like, whatever they want to call it. Whatever model they want to call it. But yeah, like, currently, a load of the training data for... What's it called? A load of the training data for Claude models, for instance, for, like, you know, software development with AI, is basically just Stack Overflow. It's Stack Overflow and GitHub repositories. But what happens when people stop bothering to use Stack Overflow because, oh, why would I use Stack Overflow? I can just ask the AI the answer. And Git repos start being full of AI crap. Like, not even just good stuff. Like, literal people are putting up repos of just, make me a website, and it only works in localhost, and it has literally no security. And the password isn't even, like, a password field. It's just a standard text input. Like, all that stuff's just gonna flood GitHub, right? So what do you train? Then what do you train these models on? Because if they start training on that, they're just gonna start becoming worse and worse. And, like, we've seen it with, like, other stuff in life, like the whole enshittification problem of just stuff getting worse and worse as optimization and business practices take precedent over pride in work. It's gonna happen the exact same with AI, right? People are generating stuff that they don't actually have any pride in, or, like, any purpose other than just, oh, can I generate a quick website that might make me a buck? A similar effect to asset flip stuff on Steam? Yeah? Yeah. I mean, it's all easily recognizable is the one thing, right? Like, you see a YouTube thumbnail that's been made with AI, and you just immediately recognize that it's been generated with AI. Like, it doesn't it's, I don't know exactly how it is that it's, like, feels, like, so easy to tell. But there's just something not... Like, it's something... How do I put it? it's something so machinic, I guess. It's not really the right word. Like, it's just, it's all efficiency and no soul, I guess, is like one fluffy way to put it. It's not really a useful statement, but a weird one to you is if you get YouTube shorts of shows and it's AI edited to make people look weirdly smooth. Oh yeah, like the weird sharpness filters and stuff. Honestly, I've I've installed an extension to hide YouTube shorts because they're all just slop. Like they're all just crap designed to, like, they are the ultimate clickbait video, right? And they're just pumped out in the millions by AI, and this is another reason why I will never bother making shorts, because even though they are, like, you know, a proven thing to grow your channel and get more views and all that kind of stuff, it's just like, I don't like consuming them. Why would I make them? So yeah, most of them are just, it's just garbage. Like, basically before I installed an add-on, like an extension to get rid of them, which, by the way, that extension, they still sometimes work around it. I still sometimes see them until it updates. So they're clearly aware of it and trying to avoid it, because they know that people click on shorts. But they are like the ultimate, like, clickbait thing. And when, like, the amount of just, like, take a clip from a recently released popular show and then tell the AI to read out like a not even a 5-second, like a 15-second script, and also tell another AI to like edit that script's text over the over the video itself, or to listen to the audio and like text to speech it, or speech to text it. It's just it's like literal. It's not even corn chip content. It's like sawdust content. Oh, I guess I should clarify by what I mean by corn chip content. So like, you have like really nice high quality stuff, like Will Missett's documentary on the EOC for stuff. That's what you'd consider like the bougie content, right? And then you've got the like the corn chip content, which is the stuff that takes very little time to make, and it's basically just like do a quick intro, slap a bunch of stream clips together, and pump it out every 2 or 3 days. And that's your corn chip content, right? Lots of it. There's not like a huge amount of value in each individual piece, but it's, you know, it's satisfying to munch on for a while. So that's your corn chip content. And then there's a level below that. And that level below is, I don't know what you would call it, but like, I guess since we've had issues with like sawdust filling in food in the relative recent past, I guess that would be the most apt way to describe it, is it's literal sawdust content. It's like the pure filler. All it's designed to do is take up space and time. It offers you literally nothing. Nothing interesting to think about, nothing to learn. Very, very minor comedy value. But there's shit tons of it. And there's so much of it that some of it will make it through the algorithm and get some views. Because that's the other thing, right? It's like the whole, like, you know, aiming a very, very fine dart and like making sure that you've got the best darts made by the best Fletcher and all that kind of stuff. versus just grabbing a big old stack out of the bargain bin and just swinging them at the dartboard. Something's gonna land in a decent spot when you throw that many. That's the same thought process behind all the AI crap. If you just pump out loads of it, something's gonna land and pay back the money that you spent on the tokens to generate it. The problem is it just makes all the stuff on YouTube, like it just bloats up YouTube more than it already was. Like YouTube was already an accessible place to make content, and they've like generally just had storage issues, I think is a pretty fair way to describe it. Like they've had issues where they just have too much stuff, and figuring out the storage solution for that is extremely expensive. Hence why YouTube Premium isn't cheap. Like you could argue for days on end about whether or not YouTube Premium is worth it or not, but somehow they've got to get the money for all the storage that they're running, and all the encoding as well. Like you think about all the videos that are watched like very, very infrequently, right? And how YouTube will have like multiple quality presets. Now, videos from big YouTubers are going to be cached in all those quality presets. But videos from smaller YouTubers aren't. There's no reason to, like on a, say like, 2,000 view video where like 2 of the views ever were in 480p. There's no reason to cache that and hold on to it forevermore. So what they're gonna do is they're gonna hold one version of it, and whenever someone happens to request a different version of it, they can, re-encode the lower quality version of it. So that's part of their cost as well. Now you'd think like, oh, why is re-encoding ever worth it over like I should be reading clan chat, huh? Love YouTube Premium. Nice. Gig has YouTube Premium. Mostly because she watches a lot of stuff on Chromecast. And I have a Pi set up as a DHCP server that can do some very rudimentary ad blocking. Ooh, thank you for the warning, Jagex. I forgot the nose peg. Also, I should have brought fire runes and nature runes. You get so used to Slayer just being herb run. Yes, good point. Let me save my mage preset and we'll go do a herb run. But yeah, my little like Pi device, Pi DHCP server can't block very well integrated ads. It could basically just block ones that come from different sources. So YouTube's inline ad system basically can't be touched by it, which is kind of a shame. Also, I think our Chromecast isn't able to use our DHCP server. I think I had to overwrite it. Like it couldn't access YouTube unless it was going through Google's DNS or something. Maybe we need to get a Roku stick or something, I don't know. But I remember there being issues, and basically like ads got so bad on YouTube. Like Gig was just watching stuff, and she'd watch like a couple minutes, and then she'd get almost as much time in ads as time of content, depending on the video. Like there's some amount you can customize it with YouTube. They don't let you do a massive amount. Like there is literally a button to turn off ads. But Yeah, they don't let you customize it too much, and they kind of yell at you if you turn it off, if you turn it down too much. Like, I dialed back how many ads were being shown in my video because I thought they were too many when I went and watched, like, when I was doing building a main, like after a few weeks of doing it, a family member like found out about it and was like, "Oh, can I just watch it, see how you're doing, try and understand what it is you're doing." Obviously, they watched an RS3 video. They didn't come away with too much understanding, unfortunately. But the amount of ads they got, I was just sitting there like, this is awful. This is atrocious. And I like went and like tried to dial it back as much as I could. Because obviously back then I was getting like, tiny amounts of views. The ads literally didn't. They paid for lunch, maybe. So it's like they don't matter. They don't matter to me at that point. And then you start dialing it back, and even now I get just like a pop-up when I go to like the creator channel manager area that's like, hey, you're earning like whatever percentage less than you could be. Can we up the amount of ads on your videos? And I'm just sitting there like, no. Yeah, also YouTube is terrible at as you said, moderating categories, but moderating ads full stop, they are terrible at. Like, they will absolutely destroy you if there's like profane content in a video in the first 30 seconds, and it gets a bit more lenient the longer the video goes, is my understanding. But they will absolutely destroy you and not allow it to be monetized and stuff. And then they'll play an ad for a vibrator over it. And you're just sitting there like, what? I said the F word too early in my video, and now I'm demonetized, but you're still playing vibrator ads over the video. What the fuck are you doing? Yeah, it's mental. Anyway, for those who want a quick TLDR of the important things in the farm run, we're doing 8 herb patches. We are planting 2 seeds at a time, and we are using Juju farming potions to get 33% more herbs. Juju farming potions are not as painful to make as you think. You do not need to engage with the actual Herblore Habitat minigame. You just need to grow a single herb seed there, and then boost up to 84 Hunter and go catch Igneous Jadinkos on Anachronia to make the Juju farming potion. Don't sweat any of the other potions. We'll get perfect pluses later on for those. Also, this Amulet of Nature is an enchanted... is an emerald amulet that's strung with a magic root. And when you enchant it, it lets you bind it to a patch and teleport to that patch unlimited times. So since I don't have Livid Farm done yet, I'm using it to teleport to the Trollheim patch. For you, it's all the shitty mobile game ads. I mean, on a RuneScape video, that kind of tracks, unfortunately. Yeah, one which took place in a cafeteria but was actually about gambling. But the category was cafeteria, so going out to eat. Oh god, that is some abusive. Because like the people uploading these ads will be able to say what category it's in. And I'm assuming there's a certain level of like autonomy around that. Where like, so the way it works for me is I have to basically declare that my video has no unmonetizable content in it. And the first few times you do this, they check, basically. they check that you're not, you know, that you're not lying. And after a while of you, you know, saying, I'm not uploading anything that's, you know, breaking TOC, TOS, and I'm not uploading anything that would make your advertising unhappy and all that kind of stuff. After a while of you saying that and actually doing it, they just kind of go, yeah, they're pretty okay at doing that. And just kind of accept it. And then I'm assuming after that you have to get reported for it to trigger a manual review again. I mean, they have some like autonomous tools that are probably going through the video and like speech checking for swear words. Actually, that was a good point. I had to edit a part of the I had to edit a part of episode 1. The where I almost where we DC'd doing smoking kills. I swore a couple times during that clip, but I didn't want to get rid of the actual like live reaction to it. Because, you know, that's kind of valuable. Like, it's kind of part of the human aspect of it. So I had to, like, very carefully, like, cut out the word until it still is just about recognizable to the human ear as being what I'm saying. But it's not actually, like, got all the letters in it, you know? So I had to do that. That was like one thing I got pinged for. But like purely unmonetizable content of like that's not just obviously like them using a speech to text tool and then checking for swear words. That probably needs a manual intervention at this point, if I were to do something dumb like that. I'm not gonna die to these guys. Be back one sec. I'm back. It's always scary? I mean, these guys aren't gonna kill me, it's fine. This is like one of the few mobs where the gloves actually seem to keep up. And they hit so low that the Ring of Life will 100% proc. So, it's like going AFK in the Abyss. It's terrifying, a terrifying thought. But once you put the numbers together, if you're wearing a Ring of Life in the Abyss, I don't think you can be killed without proccing it. Now, I'm saying I don't think because I don't know 100%. But I am pretty dang sure that if I were to go in the Abyss on this account, even if I let my prayer drop off, does Ring of Life clear the combat queue? Yeah, Ring of Life is one of the tallies that does clear damage. It's like if you pressed War's Retreat. Now, don't go AFKing with a Ring of Death, because that ain't saving you. That'll just turn the damage that killed you into a bleed and kill you later. But as long as the hits are small enough, the Ring of Life will very consistently save you. It's kind of why, like, it's the reason I wanted to get a Ring of Death, is because once you start going, like, once you're actively at the keyboard and you're like doing a boss or something that hits harder, like something that will actually can hit over what the Ring of Life threshold is. As soon as that starts happening, the chance that the Ring of Life is going to save you drops drastically. Like, there ain't no point wearing a Ring of Life to hard mode Carapac, right? The point where you're gonna die at hard mode Carapac is when his magic attacks are doing 4Ks. The chance of Ring of Life saving you there is like, I mean, 25% would be generous. Also, why can't I area loot that spot from, like, anywhere other than right next to it? I still wish they'd add a toggle to the herb bag to have it be able to automatically put in noted herbs. Funny to mention that you've learned today the Phoenix Necklace proc doesn't clear the Manticore damage from Old School Coliseum. I thought the Phoenix Neck was just a heal. Also, it is cold. Oh, I might have to go grab my hoodie in a sec. How are we doing on magic level anyway? Okay, we're almost actually done with magic. We have 47k to go. Slayer's still got a bit to go, 111k. Actually, that's 111k for 77. We need to... we desperately gotta roll, what's it called? We have desperately gotta roll a Greater Demon task soon. Yeah, once I'm done with magic, I'll swap over to ranged. Melee is like supplyless and the best XP in the Abyss. So getting the melee levels via the Abyss is like the best style to do that. Whereas range is gonna cost chins and it gets a little less XP per hour than melee will. 2119 Barrows KC, 37 out of 39 log. All Linza pieces? Do you have all 5 Linza pieces? Because if that's 2 Linza pieces left over. Then I'm afraid to say that your troubles are not quite over yet. But you have made some good progress for sure. Solid. Solid progress. Linza Cuirass. We prayed for you, my friend. Oh yeah, I can alch these now. I actually brought alch runes like a smart chicken. Also, once I get 77, I'll hand in any bone fragments I have. They seem to drop really inconsistently. Like, these guys drop loads, and then, like, fetid zombies drop barely any, and bound skellies seem to drop them less than they should. So I have no idea what the requirement is for them to actually drop. Yeah, you're in the last stretch now. One specific unique from the other 7 brothers plus one specific Linda. Stay strong, I guess. All I can do is say stay strong. That's all I can offer. You got like 11 Linza drops so far? You're actually doing pretty good with 4 out of 5 uniques then for 11 drops, I think. Not 100% sure on the math of it, but I think that's a net, like a general positive skew. You once went dry on Linza for about 400 kills, but it leveled out later. Yeah, that tracks. That kind of happened to us where we like didn't get anything at Linza for ages, and then we got like 4 shields in a row or something stupid. Not like literally back to back to back, but like, if I remember rightly, the way I phrased it in the Path episode was that like the rate we were getting Linza drops at, and like how many kills we were getting per hour and stuff. It wasn't exactly what Linza drop would we get on a given day. It was, would we get one at all? And then I got like 3 shields on a single day. uh Also, the snape grass stacking up from these guys is very nice for the Ranars in the bank. Like, we're gonna be making prayer potions, super attacks, and super energies, and like 1,000, like maybe 1,000 prayer potions, 2,000 super attacks. And potentially like 1,000 super energies, depending on how many more farm runs I actually get in before we start doing the herb lore. You just finished farming your 10k snape grass last night? Huge. Is that in RS3 or old school? Because actually, wait, do we have snape grass seeds over here? Can I actually keep the skill guide open in combat? Allotment, right? We do. Huh. And you get the seeds from dwarf traders. Huh. You do, but they. Oh, okay. I was gonna say, if there was like a way to get a reasonable amount of them, then that'd be a kind of a cool thing to add to herb runs. But if there's not a decent way to get the seeds, I also wouldn't bother doing them until we have the farming cape where you get everything noted. Because otherwise it will just take too much time to harvest the patches. And you need to hit up every herb patch by within a, what's it called? You need to hit up every herb patch within like 6 minutes for the Juju potion. You got most of yours from Aquanites? I'm afraid to say I probably won't be killing Aquanites at any point. So I maybe won't be as lucky. I'm assuming you're farming them to turn into extreme prayers? Wait, are they extreme prez or super prez? Whichever one goes in the blessed flask. Is extreme? Okay. You should make more extreme prayers. I mean, it is gonna be nice to have a stack of prayer pots in the bank, since most of the time you just use super restores. So if you have a giant stack of prayer pots in the bank, then you need to worry less about if you ever want to make extremes. Or I guess spiritual prayers as well. Wait, actually, do spiritual prayers use a super restore or a? I'm pretty sure there are blue and blue combination potions. I'm pretty sure it's prayer potion. Replenishment potions are the blue and pink one. I genuinely remember the ingredients for these things by what colors the combination potion is. It's there's gotta be some way to fit all of this stuff in the brain somehow, and attributions are the way to do that. Oh, our first what's it called? Ghostly essence of of this task. Yeah, it falls apart with Supreme Overloads though. Because Supreme Overloads are the color of a super attack and a super strength. And it definitely a lot more than that in there. To be fair, the clue's in the name for that one. Supreme Overloads. It's supers and overloads. So there's not really much to remember, I guess. 60 tasks in a row, 70 points. I can't block another task. I need more quest points before I can do that. So I think I'm gonna just start saving up points from. What do you mean I can't do that in combat? I'm literally not in the combat stance. There we go. Next task, bound skeletons. Nice. This will finish off our range levels for sure. So put that on, not range levels, magic levels. Empty the hub bag, empty the gem bag. Don't care about Alks because the salvage they drop is garbage. Swap to an earth spell. And then once we're 78 magic, we'll just swap over to using ranged. I probably won't get 78 range by the time I get 78 Slayer. But whatever I don't get, I will just finish off with Chins in the Abyss. Do you know if you're wasting time swapping to Headhunter's Bracelet killing matriarchs on Dino task? It depends on which one you're asking about. Headhunter's Frill, so the one that extends your tasks, is a 6% proc chance. So, when I used them at what's it called? When I used them at Hydrix Dragons, it was kind of one of those cases where like I'm going to wear this just because so much of the value is like task value is so valuable, or task length, sorry, is so valuable when doing a mob like Hydrix Dragons. Or when doing Greater Demon Berserkers, I will use them for Greater Demon Berserkers. basically, they're worse than the old school versions. Very much worse than the old school versions. But unless you have, like, unless you're wearing Cinderbanes or something that's like massively increasing your kill or massively reducing your kill times, the cost of wearing them is pretty low. I do hope they maybe get a little buff, because like we're losing a lot of the ability to extend Slayer tasks soon. Like we're losing dedicated Slayer, the aura. We're losing... Well, we've already lost the Premier artifact, right? Which had a dedicated Slayer effect in it as well. So I hope the bracelets manage to catch the... What's it called? Manage to catch the reallocation of dedicated Slayer. Headhunter Sacrifice is like a little better. It's 11% proc chance. But Sacrifice is in a weird spot where I can't think of any task that you don't want to be doing such that you would want to speed it up, where you also wouldn't just skip it. You know? Like the task is either super quick and using Sacrifice it speeds it up by like seconds. Or for point boot. Yeah, for point boosting, fair. I genuinely debate if it's worth the time spent making the bracelets. Because all the time spent point boosting is mostly spent waiting for combat to drop, NPC contacting. Yeah, I genuinely don't know if it's even worth the time spent making them, because you have to get the silver, you have to get the opal? I think it's opal for Sacrifice, right? One second, I'm trying to pick up the anima stones real quick. I think it's yeah, it's, you have to mine the opals, which is kind of a pain. You have to mine the silver, you have to smelt the silver, you have to create the bar, you have to enchant the bar, enchant the bracelet. It's just, yeah, it feels like too much time spent for using it in that situation. I guess if I like had the opals and everything just ready to throw them together without much effort, sure. But otherwise, not really sure. Anyway, 78 magic. The first of the combat stats required for River of Blood. So let's chuck on our ranged gear now. Can't use the Vanquish as a weapon yet. Need 2 more range levels before we can do that. And then we'll swap out the magic potion for ranging potion. I think preset 13 is what I'm going to use for ranged. Oh, okay, our accuracy is a bit worse. When I say a bit worse, it's We went from 100% to 70% or 75%. They're probably still the way to go, though. I mean, our task is literally bound skellies. And I don't need any more magic XP, so there's no reason to do this with magic. The main thing is Slayer my bottleneck? I need more combat XP in total, but the Abyss can give it quicker. I think I just power through this, to be honest. I guess I could also put on Eagle Eye. Does that do enough? It does a little bit. Your turbo sweating bring Kararis Wrap, Channel's Ring, Frill, and Luck of the Dwarves swap. For killing the mobs in the catacombs? Wait, no, Frill. You said Frill, not sacrifice. Sorry. Am I missing anything on my range bar? I have Ricochet, I have Piercing. Although, they're in the wrong order. I have Snapshot, I have Rapid Fire. I have Snipe on there eventually. You're doing Rex Matriarchs need Warrior Hut? Yeah. For Rex Matriarchs, it seems worth it because the kills take so long each that the swap is not super intrusive to do. And if you're already swapping Luck of the Dwarves on, then you're already putting the cognitive load into doing the switch. So yeah, I buy that. Oh yeah, our ranged gear at least has our crystal bow, because it's augmentable, unlike the Vanquish, at least has scavenging and precise on it. So we'll get a little bit of invention XP now. Unfortunately, until we get the Sun Spear, there's not really an easily accessible augmentable magic weapon. The obvious go-to would be an Aram staff, but getting a specific item from Barrows? I'm good. Just get Prif done? I mean, that's coming. Just, you know, after Sunspear. You wanna know something that's kinda making me smile? I see a bunch of people from who are commenting on the first video of the hardcore, basically saying, you know, they don't really play RS3. They're an old school player, but they're still interested in watching more. Which that's a really good thing to hear about, like both the quality of the video, but also like the state of the game right now. In that it's not just a complete like ooh RS3 MTX bye bye kind of immediate reaction. Also, I would ask, like, how is it showing up in, you know, old school viewers feeds and stuff? But the it's an Iron Man series. There's loads of those in old school. It's not hard to draw the line. But yeah, when I've seen stuff like that in the past, like in the past, it's usually like, oh, I thought this was, I thought this was an old school video, and it's like it's shitty RS3, and it's like not seeing that be the like predominant loud voice now. Like RS3 still got a long way to go. It's got a lot of problems it needs to fix for the new player experience to actually be like what I would consider good. But the difference between where we were at the start of the year to where we are now feels kind of huge. I'm assuming the membership increase didn't do us any favors, though. What's the... I mean, 180k... We're still getting 130k XP an hour in Slayer, even using ranged with its worse accuracy. Maybe I should be using Headhunter's Frills on bound skelly tasks at the moment. Yeah, I am slowly getting that impression that more and more old school people are transitioning from the whole RS3 bad, let it die to, save our brothers kind of mantra. It is nice to see. I'll also be like the first to admit it's not like enough hasn't changed yet for me to go like every old schooler should just try out RS3 at this point. Because there's still some pain points and stuff that will, like, you've also got to remember that like some of the people that are gonna try it are gonna be trying it with the presumption that they're gonna hate it, which is such an uphill battle that they will, like, people in that situation, as soon as they find something to like latch on and rant about and all that kind of stuff, then that could turn into their quit movement very easily. And I think RS3 does have too many quit moments, if I'm gonna be honest. There are too many points where you just look at things and like they don't quite make sense, or how do I put it? There are too many points where you... Oh, I don't really know how to phrase this. But basically, like, the whole idea of a quit moment is when someone hits a point of friction in a game that is so much more friction than it is rewarding grind that it causes them to quit instead of, buckle their bootstraps and get on with it. And I think RS3 has had too many monkey paw moments where it's like, oh, you can have this, but, or you can have this, but, and there's always a catch. And like eventually those catches, like, can I just do something or like get something? Like, I just want to work on this. I don't want to have to like jump through 20 hoops to start working on it, And I think RS3 has a few too many of those kind of things. It's kind of old skilling is the best. Is like the old skilling philosophy is the best example where stuff was like mutually exclusive, or getting upgrades for skilling massively outweighed the actual benefit of using the upgrade. Like, I'm pretty sure a Skekker's Hypno one takes longer to grind than you will ever save or get use out of from BGH. And that's just an example off the top of my head, which, to be honest, is an example I am very familiar with, because I specifically went and read that stupid scrap of paper before killing Rex Matriarchs, so that I would get the Rex Matriarchs piece when I was going for the rings. Also, yeah, poor coach. That he's been at those flowers for like 4 days or something now. Like, every time I go to his stream, he's just there. And he gets dragged away to go to Cat for a bit. Wait, what? Okay, that's a take I can't get behind. Coach is lovely. What? Coach doesn't deserve anything bad. He's the #1 spoon? Huh? I mean, I'm not about to throw random accusations around in the chat, but #1 is definitely held by a certain individual. And it's not Coach. Okay, his Zemi log was fucking disgusting. Yeah, I'll give you that. I'll give you that much. The Zemi was filthy. He was killing higher in rage Zemi though. He wasn't just farming like 50s, 100s and such, right? I mean, I guess it depends on what you consider higher in rage. He pulled 5 shots in 17 Nakatra. Yeah, that's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. I can't defend that one. But I would definitely say that the title of #1 spoon is definitely taken. I'll leave you to make up your mind about who it is, and if you think it's Coach, then go ahead. But don't ever say that guy deserves anything bad. Not here. Pateau? Why am I getting question marked? What have I done? Oh, right. I asked you earlier if you needed me to set up 7T or something. Oh, right. Okay, now I'm getting it. Wait, you think I'm spooned? Do I need to go pull out the Zappy logs? I had my very own quit moment with Sanctum, for sure. Going for that wand was horrendous. Like, going for that wand in normal mode was so freaking bad. Like, okay, here's the thing. Normal mode has this, like, cheat death mechanic, right? Which means, as a hardcore, I'm looking at it like, oh, that's free tier 95s, baby. Do you not see the problem with that statement? In terms of difficulty, they're basically free. As long as you can somehow punch through Nakatra's stupid defense. But then when they end up taking like a month and a half, when it takes a month and a half for the dang thing to just drop, and you're sitting there like, I literally can't die in this fight. I am immortal. This fight cannot, this fight cannot kill me. It stops being fun. You're not overcoming a challenge or like you're not overcoming like a challenging encounter or fighting against any odds. It's literally just running the motions. And if you make a mistake, I know it was supposed to be like a teaching thing. I don't think Sanctum was the place to put in a cheat death for a teaching thing. That belongs much more at places like maybe Mechanars or like a more difficult version of Ivar that might actually kill you with his mechanics. I guess that's kind of BM to the hardcore who died to Ivar earlier. My bad. Is ranged any good on an Iron Man? Really depends on the weapon you're using. The damage output feels pretty good. Like I'm doing pretty good damage considering my accuracy on these guys. I'm not getting that much less Slayer XP per hour than I was with Magic. I'm not using Magic anymore because I need 78 in all stats for River of Blood. But yeah. Ammoless bows are, or charge bows, I guess, as they're called. Charge bows are fine. Actually using ammo, I'm not convinced. I used a Black Salamander as my first like level 5 disassemble. You need to do 2 level 5 disassembles for Invention, basically. I used a Black Salamander for my first one, and the amount of tar I went through just to get it to level 5 was insane. We had this conversation the other day. We've had many conversations. I stream too much. Oh, about like higher level range, needing full death spores and etc. Yeah. See, death spores are the thing that kills me. Death spores are like, when arrows, I could be like, screw it, I'll full camp. I don't care about like the extra little bit of damage. I'll full camp just to take away some cognitive load, especially on a hardcore. If I can make combat simpler on a hardcore, I'm gonna do it. I know there's a certain element of like killing the shit faster is safer, but like you add too much cognitive load. The more cognitive load you add, the more room for you to make mistakes. And it's not necessarily just making a mistake with switching the arrows. It's making a mistake in a different part of the fight. Maybe a part of the fight that kills you. So. You're a Noxbow Heather. It's not too bad because you get loads of arrows grinding those weapons out. I think that's what I might end up doing if I... Okay, this is kind of spoilers for what's coming in the future. But I think what my plan is in terms of choosing what style to use. Also, I need to stop slouching. Oh. My plan in terms of choosing what style I'm going to use early on. I think I'm just going to send Volt of Herditus. And whichever tier 90 I get first is the style I use. What do we think? The only sad part, the only like sketchy part about that is if I get the tier 90 bow, I have to go kill Rax for ammo for it. Which is Rax with bad gear is no bueno. That's what you did on your hardcore and got the staff at 6 KC. Cool, except for the fact no melee drop. Okay, here's the deal. If the mask drops, we do melee. Because I ain't doing necromancy. I'm sorry, I ain't doing necromancy. I wanna play with the new toys. uh. Wait, what happened to the Doris OK emote? Did I never upload that? I did, it's right there. Why is that not put through Discord? Huh. My Discord is able to, like, I'm able to use all my, like, stream emotes in Discord except for that one. And I literally wanted to tell someone okay just now. But so I've had to give them the thumbs up instead of the cute little Doris. Very sad. I thought I hadn't uploaded it to Twitch or something, but no, I just can't use it in Discord for some reason. Oh, is it because it's a follower emote and not a... Yeah, it's a follower emote, not a sub emote. Oh. So Discord's only grabbing my sub emotes. Also, I've considered making Doris's what? I've considered making that one a follower emote. But I gotta make you you want to sub for some reason, right? And Doris emotes are the trade deal. Oh, hang on. How long has this task been done? Okay, not that long. Whew. I didn't notice the task finish. I really should put like an Alt-1 sound alert for tasks finishing, shouldn't I? Just like a you've completed in green and... Well, I guess the numbers kind of break the pattern recognition next. I don't think you can use regexes. 88 dragons? No, I don't... Oh. Back to the dragons. I'd skip them, but... I kind of want to keep some Slayer points. Story mode Vorkef? Oh god, no. Could you... The amount of supplies that would cost me? The warrior heart's the only heart you've spooned feels bad. You'll get more soon. I believe. Also, we need to keep an eye on our crystal bow and siphon it when it gets to level 10. Oh, haven't spooned. Fair enough. I mean, to be fair, the warrior one is kind of... Is it the least useful? Is Channelers just worse than Reavers now? When you don't have Tumikins? Yeah, but it's a clog? Okay, that I get. That I get. The clogger in you wants it. Wait. I never went and did my eye drops after Doris visited, did I? I've just caught that my eyes are slightly sore. So I need to do that after this task. I don't really want to walk away right now. Because dragons be cooking. Channelers are still better at places where your hit chance can be hurt. Okay, so stuff like Nikatra. Stretch? I can't stretch the eyes, unfortunately. After task? Will do, will do. I get up, do a proper stretch, eye drops in. I only caught it because like I looked at the I looked near the fire and like the bloom was really harsh. When I drops in? Wait. Huh? What do you mean when? Okay, I'm confused. I'm not following. Doesn't take much to confuse me, huh? So when are we doing Crow? You hate that boss and need motivation to do it? I need to get my I need to actually get a style like properly geared for it. Mining is the closest, but I don't have an augmentable pickaxe. Also, I might just save it until I've got Crystal Mask. Because Crystal Mask makes Crucis way nicer. Also, I'm gonna miss the zappy luck. The zappy luck at Crucis was kind of insane. I got both offhands in like the first 100 KC. My crit bloom luck wasn't as good, but the offhands were very fortunate. Never have motivation to do Croesus. I think it's how long between drops at Croesus that always gets me. And like Croesus drops loads of really good supplies, right? But by the time you do Croesus, like by the time you actively go for Croesus log, unless you do it super early, like by some kind of focus, like you could focus on going Croesus super early instead of going to gate or something, right? But if you go to Croesus, that like once you get what's it called? Once you get like Crystal Mask and stuff, a bunch of the uniques, a bunch of the commons that are actually good are just kind of like they were good like a few weeks ago / a month ago, and now I just don't need them in this kind of quantity. Which is one of the things I really like about Gate is that a lot of the uniques, or not a lot of the uniques, a lot of the commons at Gate have quite consistent value for the account. Energies take away from your need to go and gather energies. Cannonballs are just like, okay, here's my rule of thumb with cannonballs. You either don't have enough cannonballs or you're not using them enough. That's my rule with that. You could care less about Crit Bloom, but you need Hammer and Flakes. Yeah, if I end up going down the range path, Croesus is... I mean, both Mage and range, Croesus value goes right up, right? Mage is going to want Crit Bloom. Ranged is going to want Hammer. Man, I choosing between range and mage made way more sense than also including melee, because range and mage can both do the Zuck waves earlier than melee can. And I'll be honest, I don't fancy risking melee Zuck waves on a hardcore. It was fun on the Gim, but the it's not as consistent as doing it with early magic, for instance. Well, there's a range level up to 74 now. At 75, we'll be able to swap over to Vanquish, which will unfortunately mean not getting Invention XP, but the +5 tiers definitely outweighs that. Wait. Do you not need anti-fires for green dragons? Or did it literally just wear off? I mean, meleeing Jads isn't the hard bit. Like, wave 8, wave 13? No, not wave. I can't remember exactly what the waves are. It's like wave. Basically, the range waves suck with melee. Yeah, but I don't like wearing full lobby armor in Zerk. I actually didn't like that about the fact that I felt like I ended up needing to do it for melee. Yeah, some. That Dragonfire hits 2.5k normally. So I'm kind of surprised that it was hitting like 30 with only Protect from Mage on. Would have thought it would have had to have had both pre-mage and anti-fire. I mean, anti-fire is based on a weird like layers system as well. It's hard to gauge what anti-fire needs, or what fire needs certain levels of anti-fire. Because like Protect from Mage applies like one layer of protection to it, and then an anti-fire potion provides another, or is it like 2 layers, and then some Dragonfire doesn't care about Protect from Mage? It's a thing to wrap your head around, which is why it's nice when you get to super anti-fires and you just slap them on and never worry about it again. Those lore runes are worth more to me than a green dragon head, I'll be honest. Okay. God, green dragons are a bad task. Yeah. In hindsight, I should have done the 78 Slayer before doing While Gothic Sleeps. That was a I genuinely sat there and thought about it yesterday, but I was thinking about going to 90 Slayer, not 78. So whoops. Okay, grab a ranging potion. I need elk runes. Nose peg. Salve amulet. Also, it would be nice if I could get Aberrant Spectre. Oh, I guess Aberrant Spectre tasks are shorter than Ghost tasks. So Ghost tasks, we do get to kill more Aberrant Spectres, but Aberrant Spectres, we get to grab both the Slayer contract and do the task. Whereas Ghosts, we can't grab the Slayer contract without stopping us getting progress on Ghosts. Time to finally do the quest for Quill. Who's Quill? Wait, I did the thing again. 1 second. I'm gonna go quickly stretch and put my eye drops in. Ugh. The Haven boss? Oh, the hedgehog, right? Some reason I didn't twig that that was behind a quest. Also, is it just me or are these guys like really inconsistently aggressive? It takes a while for one to pick up on the fact that I'm not being attacked. Bombardment isn't worth pressing here, right? Actually, it might be. Should I try it? They might be too spread out. Meeting Anya kind of nervous? Brother, she's a video game character. Chill. This is the only place I can really think to stand because you can actually like reach everywhere to loot. But it feels like I get attacked so little. Did that noise come through for you guys too, or was that just on my end? That like little audio pop. Yeah? Hmm. The only way we could both hear it is if it was through the music channel, my Twitch alerts, which it definitely wasn't that, or through... But yeah, literally only the music channel. Because I don't hear my, I don't hear my mic feed. But I've heard that, but that's happened before when music hasn't been playing. Which means it's just noise in my audio mixer, right? That's the only thing left. Like it's just some kind of interference in my mixer. Man, how am I able to target all these guys that are in these different spots and then not able to loot from the same spot? So dumb. You think doorway is the best spot? Which one? I'm standing in a doorway. Yeah, it's just like I can shoot. If an Aberrant Spectre ends up there, I could shoot it. But I can't loot what it dropped. Like that. Also, the XP per hour drop when I swapped from from a tier 75 to a tier 70 was noticeable. Also, bombardment actually kind of works here. It's just about a big enough AoE to hit multiple enemies. And I'm assuming snapshot overkilling a few times probably also increases that value. Like there, it didn't matter whether I pressed snapshot or bombardment. Would have been more ideal to bombard the 3 that were together here instead of the ones on their own, but that's the cost of using Revo, is being lazy means less optimal ability usage. But I wouldn't want Slayer any other way if I'm gonna be honest. Slayer's like the super chill thing to me. I wonder when we're doing dinner today. Gig's trying to sleep off a migraine, so I'm not gonna wake her and ask. Oh, all these are from just these Aberrant Spectres. I don't know why Aberrant Spectres seem to drop them like crazy, but nothing else drops them particularly well. But I am stacking them in the bank, and I'm just going to hand them in when we hit 77. Interesting. A crystal bow can shoot further than max loot range. Ooh, does the Lorehound increase your loot range? Oh, I don't have the Lorehound unlocked. Never mind. Never mind. I was wondering if the Lorehound would have made this a little bit better. Also, Bombardment actually proving a little bit of value there. Taking out all three of those and decent speed. It does. I remember using it for what was it? Was Capsarius farming? Your choices were either use a yak, and you just have to give up like one of the mob's loot, and then whenever you get whenever you got a notification from all one that a key dropped, you just had to check if the key came from the one that was out of range. Or you ran Lorehound so you could actually loot everything. Actually, was that Capsarius? Oh, yes, that was Capsarius, and it was before they buffed the loot range. Because when they released mobile had higher loot range than playing on the desktop. So it became better to do your Capsarius grinds on mobile. I don't know why I know so much about Capsarius. I think it was just because my that was like when I kind of burnt out on my OG iron way back when. The Capsarius grind is what got to me. Because I remember logging onto it and seeing like 50 Secundus keys, but I didn't need a Secundus, what's it called? I didn't need a Secundus crossbow piece anymore and stuff like that. As far as low-level monsters Raptor can assign, Abbey Spectres are a 0.4% drop, Banshees are a 0.1% drop. Abbey Spectres do not drop these at 0.4% of the time. That is definitely wrong. Like, I've killed 100 of them and I've got 40. It's more like a 40% drop rate. Wait. If that's not intended, am I about to get another thing nerfed? $40 and 10%? Oh, okay. Then why does bugger all else drop them? Like, bound skellies seem to barely drop them. Fetid zombies barely drop them. I didn't really pay attention to the loot the dragons were dropping, I'll be honest. I just wanted out of there. Man, it's really sad just how much better than everything else bound skellies and what's it called? Berserkers are. Like the days of killing aberrant specters feeling good for a slayer task. I kind of oh, hello ectoplasmator. Why did I not get a loot beam for that? Well, that's happy crit noises. Ectoplasmator is super useful at places like Krill. Also for abyssal creatures, I think. Both bound and fetid have less than 1% drop rate for the bone frame. Okay, maybe we maybe it's a balancing thing. A balancing mechanism to make it so that Aberrant Spectres, despite giving, because they're only giving like 67k Slayer XP an hour right now, maybe the balancing mechanism is that they give these bone fragments that you can hand in for more XP, which to be honest is a really clunky and terrible way of doing it because the bone fragments don't hand in for that much XP. Big Grat's pirate. I'm not wearing an eye patch. No, the eye drops helped. I am hearing a Doris. Doris? Doris? Hi! Come in. Doris, up. Doris, come in. Doris, come in. Up. Hi, Gig. I'm assuming the princess woke you up. Even though you asked her specifically not to. Yeah, I was saying earlier, I was wondering when we were planning to have dinner, and I was like, I'm not gonna wake Gig up to ask, because she's, you know, you went to bed not feeling great. Yeah, feeling that? No, wait. If you're not feeling great, why do you want? I mean, I'm down with it.
Always bugging me for it. Yeah, the one time I was like,
Yeah, well, it's because you don't
because
like
I don't
it.
feel like cooking.
That's fair. Doggo on the desk. Doris always hangs out on our desks. Introduce him or her. This is Doris. If you follow the stream, you get access to some Doris emotes, and if you subscribe, you get even more Doris emotes. She's a Pomeranian. She's 7 years old, and she's definitely got the pomtude. That's for sure. Ain't it?
Yes. She just woke me up.
Already following from our boy Beej. First time I've caught you live. Enjoy the emote I just mentioned, and thank you for dropping by. Cutest pom in the UK? It's a bit narrow. It's a bit narrow. I'd go wider than that. Was that your stomach that just rumbled, Doris? She's adorable. Big fan already. We have a stream redeem to give Doris some well, I guess I can say it since she's about to get her dinner. To give Doris some treats. But it's only once a stream, so she doesn't get fat, because otherwise these guys would be plumping her up as if, yeah, like a Christmas turkey. Oh, whoa. Joe your beans. Do you want to go get your dinner? Yeah, you want to go get your food. Okay, say bye-bye. Say bye-bye to Doris, everyone. And ready, dead. Okay, fine. You want more cuddles. Wait, hang on. No, I know what this is. You want me to take you to the food. You lazy little... Is that what this is? You want me to take you to the food? She. Do you think I'm your little servant? Is that what this is? Ready? Ready, go! And the whirlwind of Floof has left the building. Okay, what's the bow at? Level 8? Okay, that's fine. Bring that down there. I don't remember. You mentioning food has now made me hungry. Yeah, we need to sort out food.
The headache.
It did not go away. Okay, sorry, gig. I hoped sleeping would help.
So did I. I hope sleeping too. But it didn't.
The place was. If I put on my accuracy prayer real quick. The place was.
Oh, was that the place?
No, that wasn't the place, but I thought you'd.
Yeah, it looks nice.
Was it this one?
That, please.
You want that? You want a Philly cheesesteak? It doesn't say if it comes with the side or not. That sounds lovely. You'll take one too. I guess I'm taking a group order. I have no idea what I want from this place though. That's the problem. Wait, no, I've seen it.
Right, that was meal. Holy!
Doesn't look bad.
No, don't look back at all.
That's actually pretty good value for, because because that looks like something you'd like. That looks like something I'd like. Right?
Yeah. What? Had your food.
Did Doris just boot? She's already had her food. Cheeky little moo. It's just feeling American. To be fair, you asked them to put mozzarella sticks on yours. Mozzarella sticks on a Philly cheesesteak. Sounds alright, I guess. I mean, it sounds nice. You saw those.
Oh.
Does all this stuff sound nice?
Yeah, it does.
Are you happy with your?
Ew, spicy.
Are you spicy with your? Fuck's sake! I was about to say, are you happy with your cheesesteak? Would you like to lock that in? Final answer.
Oh, stuff. That's,
You know exactly what that is.
yes, I know exactly what that is.
And now you want to try it to see if it's better.
Yes, I do. Does it come in that meal deal?
Which one? Oh, what for? No, it's very specifically that burger. She's being a little.
Okay. Calm down so that the candidate doesn't work.
Mm-hmm. How close are we to 75 range? 45k. We're not gonna hit level 10 on the crystal bow before we get that level, are we? I guess siphoning at level 9 is technically efficient in terms of item XP. It's just less good for the siphon. Are you sure?
I'm looking at the prices.
So you want the Nomi food, but you don't want the price that comes with the Nomi food. Is that what you're saying? Okay. I mean, I'm fine with it.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Locking in the cheesesteak then?
If it comes with chips.
I don't actually know.
If it doesn't come with chips, then no. Egregious.
Your stuffed ate a bit too much. It does not come with the...
Oh, that's egregious just for that.
Yes.
Oh my god, meal deal.
Okay, not the 15 quid sandwich. Okay.
No, you don't pay 15 quid for a fucking sandwich. Jesus Christ. Fucking hell.
So
Yeah,
obviously
go on
you
then.
want that.
Yeah.
I had that, and then.
Yeah, good.
Right.
Fuck. What? You've just had your food. What now?
Okay, let me sort this out real
Stop
quick.
being cute.
She's being cute.
Stop being cute.
Why is her being cute a problem?
She knows what she's doing.
What, being cute?
Yes.
What's she doing then?
Everything.
Everything. Are you okay today, Gig?
No.
No, apparently not. Oh, poor Gig, poor Gig. Don't have the levels for the free enhanced crystal bow. I don't have access to Prif. You need 90 smithing and well, actually, you need 80 range, 90 smithing, and access to Prif to get that. So unfortunately, not. No. I've enjoyed a good little bit of Slayer. Like there are some supplies coming in. Admittedly, bound skeletons mostly drop. I mean, there's a few seeds, some stone spirits. What's it called? The anima spirits are nice too. No, it's 90. It's 90 smithing, and I don't think it's boostable. RS3 attuned crystal weapon seed. Oh, also, the attuned crystal weapon seed. Make sure you actually go and get it. Don't just like put it off, because if you get an attuned crystal weapon seed from another source, then she won't give it to you for some reason. She only gives you a free seed if you've never had a seed before. So make sure you actually claim it after unlocking Prif, or you'll lose it. And like for anyone about to make the argument of, oh well, you've got one as a drop, so you already have one. If you take the one from her and then get one as a drop, you have two. Wait, really? That's what that's for? Oh, that's actually insane. See, I just found out the reason why she gives you a free attuned crystal seed. It's not to be nice. It's not to be nice and just give you a reward for hitting 90 smithing. No, it's to complete a to run win task. It's literally just there so that you can complete the to run win task without having to farm elves for an attuned crystal seed. So that's why she stops giving it to you after you actually get one as a drop. Because you can do the task at that point. That's stupid. She should just always give you one for hitting 90 smithing. That's such a power... Like, sometimes I get it when it comes to, like, ensuring people can complete area tasks and stuff. This one, she's giving you a significantly powerful item. For free. Essentially. Two about and one, bow and halberd? How much use does the bow have? I guess until you have decimation, it's your best charge bow, right? 77 hunter, not hunter, 77 slayer, sorry. So one more level to go for the River of Blood requirement. We can now... Oh, we can now make the full Slayer helmet. If I get that unlocked. Because we can go and get both the Hex Crest and the Focus Sight. I should probably do that at some point. After River of Blood, of course. The Fetids were great for beginner seeds on your Gim. Isn't it Guam, Terramin, and Rental? What was the use case for the seeds? You had fries with mayo, bitterballen, no idea what the fricandel special. I'm just butchering all these words. And chicken strips with joppy. I don't know if that's a soft or a harsh J. Butchered pretty much everything on the menu, but it all sounds lovely. A tune gives Sirenic comps? No, Sirenic. Oh, yes, duh. Sirenic, yeah. I read that as Sirenic, and it's like, no, Sirenic. That's what he said. Read the comment properly, Crit. Just to get your farming and early herb going, you started a few months ago, but spent most early game getting necro 50/60. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I guess doing some herb runs early on would help with the initial like push to 50. Like getting to 50 farming is a bit of a task. I will admit that. Once you get past that point, it kind of smooths out. Also, I just realized I've not done ports all stream. Not a single one of you has badgered me to go and check my ports. The herb run gang were here, but the ports gang were not. Hopefully you're done with fire making it 120. You're just about to hit 108 mil XP. Every time you gain a mil XP, can I just put another chip on the 200 mil square? I'm sorry, Perry. I'm sorry. You've been having some pretty shoddy luck recently, I gotta say. You wouldn't wish ports on your worst enemy? Unfortunately, I need the resources from it. if I want to make masterwork armor, if I want to make the enchantments for the best in slot rings, if I want to make slayer abilities, like the amount of stuff you use those, that's why they can't just delete ports, by the way. Ports is now like, I don't know why they're intertwining it more with the masterwork armors. I'm assuming whatever, I must choose my words carefully here. I'm assuming whoever came up with like the items needed for masterwork magic looked at ports as like, hey, that's high level content that people don't engage with as much as we think they should, so we should use something from there. And I'm just sitting there like, why would you ever intertwine ports more into the game? Like, honestly, for the whole, like, I'm not going to say gameplay integrity, because ports aren't exactly inherently, like, unethical or whatever you want to say the opposite of gameplay integrity is. I'm not going to say they don't follow the whole thing of gameplay integrity, but they feel like the least RuneScape game thing in the game. Like, doing ports feels like the least RuneScape-y thing I could be doing. Does that make sense? Or is that just my opinion? It might just be my opinion. Everyone's entitled to them. Ports is probably load bearing content. If they got rid of it, half of the game would unravel. I mean, a bunch of like progression is tied to it now. Like, as much as I would love to say, like, way back when, right? Before we got the ring enchantments, before the slayer abilities, before we've now got masterwork requiring the materials, and it was basically just the ports armor, weapons, scrimshaws, all that kind of stuff, right? The real trade-off of not doing ports was that you didn't get scrimshaws. That was the main trade-off. The rest of it was kind of like, the armor was all right back when it released. I mean, I think Tetsu was actually like used as armor for quite a bit. But the main thing you were losing before it got intertwined into all these different progression items or enchantments and now masterwork armor was just scrimshaws. And scrimshaws are great. Don't get me wrong, scrimshaws are great. But they weren't great enough. Well, I guess that's exactly why they started integrating it into other parts of the game, right? Scrimshaws weren't great enough to be worth the headache or the extra, like, micromanaging of ports. But now it's like, I look at ports and it's like, I don't want to do you. But I genuinely can't justify in any reasonable argument why you shouldn't do ports. It's like the ultimate content that I just wish I could ignore and can't. And it's like, that's like a good thing for its like impact on the game, I guess. It's like, I guess it'd be worse if something like that existed and it was just like completely meaningless. Like the fact that it feels like the rewards from doing ports are now worth doing ports is the other way of looking at it. They have increased the what's that phrase? They've not the utility. They've basically the payoff for doing ports has increased to the point that it feels worth it now, which is a good thing. But I fundamentally don't like ports, regardless of how good the regardless of how good the payoff is. But that's I'm not alone in that opinion, but I'm also not like it's not 100%. It's not a unanimous opinion. It's not a unanimous opinion that ports just Reaver's Ring and screw ports. Well, I mean, the best in slot range armor now requires. If you want the best in slot range armor, you now have to do ports. Do with that info what you will. This may be wild, but I wish they upgraded melee masterwork and made it require the plates from ports. I mean, at this point, consistency, right? You need the pearls for the magic, the lacquer for the range. You need the plates for the melee. Not really BIS. It is BIS. People are coping that E-Draco is still better. Equilibrium is too good. I mean, it's more Equilibrium's fault than Masterwork range, but E-Draco is pointless when you're using Equilibrium almost. Like, you get a bit more adren, but none of the crit buff does anything. Part of the problem is also just that you're bouncing off of damage cap constantly when you crit now. Like, remember when the damage cap was 12k? So the Equilibrium aura became really good for that short period of time? Because everything was otherwise, every time you crit, you were otherwise bouncing off the damage cap. So then they upped the damage cap with after Necro's release. I feel like we're kind of somehow getting back to that spot again. But with 30Ks of all things. Like, with 30Ks, which is a way higher number. Like, you're seeing it at Vorkath, right? You're seeing it at Vorkath already. Like, Vorkath is like the unequivocal, there's no argument, Equilibrium on Masterwork range is better than Draco. Because every time you crit with Draco, you're just wasting damage. Or you're just wasting damage potential, I guess is the way to put it. But you can still cancel Snipe? I thought it was 1 GCD. Aww. Yeah, what's up, Omni? Yeah, the black market dude in ports is now a weekly. So every week you can buy like 7 things from him or something. At least when I bought everything from him this morning, it said more stock available in 4 days. I actually kind of like that for starting out ports now. You could just buy a ton of chimes and bamboo and get the ball rolling immediately. Kind of helps with some of that initial pain of the bamboo region where you don't really have anything and everything is just pain. They upped the damage cap and Death Skulls got nerfed in 2 weeks. I firmly believe they would have known about the Death Skulls bug if the damage cap wasn't lifted. Or they would not have known about the Skulls bug without the damage cap. Wait, which Skulls bug, sorry? The fact I have to ask which one, because there were multiple. Necro had a couple issues on release, that's for sure. Oh, the damage, right, yeah, that one. Yeah, that caused some absolute monstrosities at Razio on release, right? I remember people starting by going and using G Fury on a dummy and then going in and guaranteeing a crit death skulls that would literally just, you just watch the, they haven't even pressed living death. They haven't even pressed living death, and the boss's health is just going. And then if you got another crit on a death skulls that was during living death, you just, the first half of the boss's health just goodbye. It was not intended for sure, but it was funny. Oh, what, before they made Raziel not poisonable? Yeah, I was surprised that he released poisonable. I was kind of miffed that they undid that. Like, there was this short period of time, and I don't know if it's still the case, but Cinderbanes are basically the bane of one of the mods. So there was a short period of time where everything was being released unpoisonable, so that Cinderbanes wouldn't just be the meta. Well, Cinderbanes and what's it called? Blood Reaver wouldn't just be the meta. Which, I mean, they then went and fixed Blood Reaver, which means, you know, was it really worth going through all that? I think since I only need 7k XP in this, I'm just gonna put it in the bank for now and swap over to range Vanquish rather than siphon it right now, because then I can, I mean, if I get to level 60, I can just level up to 12 and siphon it then. But yeah, for now we'll just what's it called? For now we will just leave it in the bank. Okay, starting to get some gunpowder now. Fun. Actually, one big thing they could do is if they like actually cleaned up this UI a bit more, that would go a long way to making ports feel less bad. This UI just feels really slow and clunky and sluggish. Also, I got some randomly good, what's it called? Some randomly good crewmates in the first region. Okay, yeah, the captain sucked, right? They did upgrade the Sun Spear to have the a similar effect. Oh wait, hang on. No, don't. Forgot the anti-fire. Do you hate with ports with a passion? Yes, I do. Mine. See, the thing is, sending out those ships wasn't the problem. Sending out those ships took no time at all. But the constant, like, need to remember to check the, what's it called? The constant need to remember to check is what drives me nuts. Like, if I had something like an old school has a bunch of this stuff, right? Like Herbruns, not beehives, birdhouses, all that kind of stuff, right? And it's all kind of a pain in the butt, but you just have RuneLight tell you, hey, your Herbrun's done. Hey, your birdhouses are done. Or in my case, Haraby, tell me my birdhouses are done. So if I just had something that actually, like, I know it pops up in chat, but it's so easy to miss. But if you just had something like actually pop up and say, hey, this is done, and like the side panel of RuneLite that just says like, hey, yep, this is done, go check it. It's such nice quality of life. And if ports had something like that, it would be way better. Like, I know it's basically all there in the book, but the problem is you then have to carry around the book. And that means you have to remember to take the book out the bank every time you bank. So then you're just kind of having the same thing of needing to remember something constantly. It also does take about, I think with Kag's guide, I got to collecting bone on the other iron in about 2 months. And I wasn't particularly efficient with it. So yeah, if anyone is feeling up to an annoy crit job, keep reminding me to do my ports. Future crit will thank you. Current crit will be annoyed. As much as I hate a certain streamer, their me boats quote about ports is stuck in your head. Fair enough. They do. Yeah, I checked my ports before this task. We're all good, guys. I knew what I was asking for. You honestly keep forgetting ports exist? I want to forget ports exist, which then means I do forget ports exists. And then I remember it exists and I get mad. Mad because I haven't done it, and mad because it exists. I mean, this is like the definition of a skill issue, right? Like, if I went up to one of the mods and was like, hey, can you remove ports because I'm fed up of forgetting it exists? It's like the definition of... That just sounds like a skill issue. Bloodweed seeds. Don't mind if I do. Seen a surprising low number of... What's it called? A surprisingly low number of... Wildy drop table stuff from... Wait, actually, do bound skellies even roll on the wilderness drop table? I don't think I've ever seen anything off the wildy drop table at bound skellies. Or fetids. I guess they're not natural wildy mobs, are they? They're... Zemereagle's undead. Do you still play your main or only the hardcore at the moment? So what I've done to my main is I liquidated my entire bank, bought bonds for the hardcore to give it a year of membership and more bank space. And if I ever need to do anything super AFK on the iron, like this will happen when we start the massive archaeology grind, by the way. We're doing a little mini rebuild on the main. So we've only actually streamed on the main once. But we did some heists to buy some melee gear, and I think I ended up doing some hard mode Archgalesaur with like Ripper Claws and Bandos to try and make some money for like a scripture upgrade, perks. We already have a P6 Ultimatums 4, but that's gone in the bank. I'm holding on to that one. What's the current time for a ports thing? 1 minute 40, 1 hour 14 minutes. I was about to say, do I just set up a bloody timer? But no, I'm not. I don't want to. I don't wanna, but I should. I will set a timer as well in case I happen to have to go offline for whatever reason. So timer, 1:14 ports. There we go. That was a new RS3 interface, by the way, the new timer interface. a new window in the UI. Yeah, like a load of people will say, "Oh, there's this website for this. There's this website for that. There's this Discord for that. There's this for that." And it's like, I don't need more Discords and websites. Like, I have a tab problem big enough as it is. But yeah, seeing that kind of stuff in game, like how what's it called? Like when you're in ports, right? You have that the mini game interface shows you your ships and whether they're back or not. Just make that like a passive, like just a generic interface you can have. You can check when you're not at ports. I don't know why it has to be tied to the I don't know why it has to be tied to why it has to be tied to the book. We got room metrics, right? Yeah, we did. So we have the drop panel. I guess the drop panel can like go up here now. No, wait, why did you not want to go up there? I guess the drop panel can now go up here. 3.3 mil raw cash, huh? Is this counting drops or stuff I pick up? Yo, what's up, Yanni? Yeah. Did I not say hi to you when you popped in, or did you just alert me for fun? Another Fremenic armor patch. Those are actually going to be worth keeping hold of. Actually, am I going to use Superior Spined to go and... Okay, so here's the thing. If I roll ranged with our whole heist shenanigan, if I roll ranged... Are we just going to wear Royal D-Hide and go get Armadillo armor, or are we going to bother making Superior Spined first? Give Doris a treat on your behalf? I shouldn't. Actually, we're about to have dinner soon. So when we have dinner, I will give Doris a couple treats, yeah? Because we're not having dinner at the same time as Doris today. Doris has already had hers. So that's kind of like one of our like little things with her. It's just like if we have something and she doesn't, we just give her a little treat so she feels less left out. Not a lot of treats, like not like something substantial, just a little something so she gets a little nibble. She'll still ask for more, but it'll make her happier. 78 Calphites up next. Let's empty the herb bag, empty the gem bag, retake out the preset. Grab a ranging potion, restores. Obviously some food. And since we're now 77 Slayer, I'll hand in the bone fragments for 8k extra Slayer XP. It's not bad, I guess. Oh yeah, I need to update the weapon in this preset, don't I? That's one thing I wish that they were able to figure out. Which I'm assuming it's because the item actively changes to a different item. Like this isn't the same Vanquish, just in a range form. It's a completely different item. And when you change style, you just lose the old item and gain the new one. I wish they were able to figure out a way to like have Vanquish in all your presets and it just automatically changed to the style that you saved it in the preset as. Doris is the only reason you watch the stream. Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate that. You have no idea. But We got lucky that our dog recognizes when we eat. When we're at the dinner table, she will stop everything she's doing and come lay by us. She will sniff the air from time to time, but has never learned that beg equals food. Doris doesn't beg. She sits there and puts on the, she sits there and is cute. She won't harass you. I mean, I guess it is a kind of harassment, but she won't, actively, wince at you. She'll squeak occasionally if she's a little excited, but that's her, just being a bit excited. That's not her begging.
She may not harass you, she harasses me.
I don't know, when I'm eating and she's in here, she just sits down there really quiet. Sometimes I don't even notice her until for ages, because she'll just be sitting there maybe he'll give me some. Is that the fairy tale logo you spotted?
What is with all the fucking things? Jesus Christ!
Yes, it was. The amount of crap
My God!
The amount of crap hiding behind the client. Yeah, my desktop background has been just a fairy tale logo for ages. Nope. Food's outside, by the way. What do you mean, oof? Someone said oof. I'm assuming to my desktop background.
Or maybe to
all the windows. Oh yeah, okay, the wind. Yeah. Fair. Fairy tale is not oof. Good. Your always hungry dog will look at you if the food looks good, but he knows not to beg. The joys of a 100-pound lap dog who just wants love and affection. Doris is a lap dog, but she's tiny. I should bully you with fairy tale. I was about to say, don't you bully me anyway, but you're actually not one of the problems. No, I'm assuming they're just finding the stairs. Looks like they're coming up the stairs now. Bully you, you like it? Ask Anya. And there goes Doris. The door rattles and the dog goes poof. Did I say Anya? Yes, I did. Any They were rude? I mean, if they're rude, no tip. Them's the rules. That's something that I always see in random pictures of people delivering food or whatever in America, is that they will like the whole thing of putting the AC on and making the food cold for the non-tipper, and it's like, why do you want the tip before you've done the job?
I won't repeat.
Oh, was he insulting? Yeah, he can fuck off then. You tried Fairy Tale and it was like fine at the start, very cliche, didn't like what they did with the red hair girl, and you dropped it during the arc where they went to an alternate universe. It has been so long since I watched Fairy Tale that I'm pretty sure there was like only one season of it when I watched it. And I just found this background and I liked it because it's like a nice chill background. It's not very aggressive, and it's like the logo is like, if you don't know what Fairy Tale is, it kind of just looks like a generic-ish logo, right? But if you know what Fairy Tale is, then it's like a little nerdy reference. Also, I am going to pop over to a different what's it called? Pop over to a different scene. Yeah, scene while I eat. Because me no fan of eating on camera. Make me what's the word? Self-conscious. Why? What did they do at the end of the series? I'm not gonna watch it, so I don't care about spoilers. But what's so bad? Also, if you're wondering what I got, chicken burger, and it has greens in it. I mean, it's a bed of lettuce. It's literally the what's it called? Literally the lowest thing passing for greens, but it's there. Why is that noted? Like, they drop rune salvage, but it's not normally noted. Oh, I guess I'm starting to see why I liked Fairy Tail maybe. Because I only watched I think I watched it basically to the point where like Dragneel? Not Dragneel. Oh, what's the Iron Dragon dude called? Whatever the Iron Dragon dude is called. Gargio, that's the one. Basically, the arc he was introduced in was basically when the anime I was watching ended. If I remember rightly. And I remember searching for ages to see if there was more episodes, and it was just like, yeah, it's just not been adapted or anything. So I'm assuming it restarted at some point. I don't know, the gag they went for early on, like the comedy factor, was literally just that Gray randomly stripped. Like, in hindsight, looking back at that, that should have probably been the red flag that the series wasn't going to be that amazing. But at least up to the point I got to, it was good. If you want peak shonen, JJ Jujutsu Kaisen ended season 3 the other day. I think I watched the end of season 2 really fragmented because I can't remember it very well. And I've seen something since finishing watching it that makes me think I'm misremembering something about it. A specific person's death, that is. So I'm wondering if I need to go back and actually just rewatch that to actually get a clear picture in my head before continuing with it. But Jujutsu Kaisen was... I've watched... the first 2 seasons of it were really good, so... I just don't like watching weekly stuff. I'm so much more of a binger. Like, I'll just be like, I'm watching Jujutsu Kaisen today, and I'll watch, like, 10 episodes in a go. I mean, that's not even that bad for binging, it's just... Can't really sit here and watch it on stream, you know? Yeah, until Netflix, until One Piece live action, literally any time Netflix touched anime, they wrecked it somehow. But if you complain about Weekly, you see what Netflix did to Stone Ocean is currently into Steel Bull Run. What do you mean by what they're doing? Like, are they releasing it in a very weird way? Anyone who's just joined in the last like 15, like 10-15 minutes or so, my webcam's off because I'm eating food while I slay, and I don't like being on camera while I eat. We'll be back on in a second. Am I out of super rangings? Kinda. Well, -1 dose. You will be sorely disappointed. Stone Ocean released in 3 parts in December, September, and then December. They split the whole season into 3 sections for no reason. Yeah. I'm assuming that's one of the things that fell afoul of all the experimentation they've been doing with release structures and stuff. Honestly, I'm freaking amazed after what happened with like Bleach and Dragon Ball Evolution. Like, admittedly, Dragon Ball Evolution isn't Netflix, but after what happened with all those live action anime stuff, how on earth did they get the go ahead to do One Piece? And how did they nail that of all things? Like, I mean, if they're gonna nail one of them, that's the one. But it's like no one would have said that this was a good idea, right? Doris will be up soon. Once I'm done eating, I will be giving her something to chew on herself, let's say. I don't want to say the actual word because, you know, taunting. Doris, come on. Come on. Come on, Doris. Do you want your treats? Yeah. Come on in. Doris, say hi to everyone, baby. Let's make sure we're not dying real quick. Okay, Doris. Doris. Since Daddy had some dinner, would you like a couple treats? Just a couple, though. You had treats earlier. You had treats earlier. Give me a pop. Good girl. Now. Okay, I'll give you guys the full Doris can. Oh. There you go. Good girl. All gone. All gone. All gone. All gone. I can't give you too much because you recently had your dinner. You had teas earlier when chat redeemed them. This is because I just had food and you didn't, and you had your food at a different time. So I don't want to feel like we're having, you know, we're leaving you out. Okay? Does my desk smell nice now? Is that what's going on here? Yeah, and don't worry, I washed off all the seasoning and stuff on my hands before picking you up. You are free to lick my hands, don't worry. We tried somewhere new. Their food looked good. It was... I mean, it was quite bland. I'll put it this way. Their chicken burger was very bland, but I mean, it's a chicken burger. Their chicken burger was very bland. It at least had some green in it. It wasn't just literally like a chicken fillet in a bun and calling it a day. Looking at you, KFC. But yeah, it was bland, and the chips, Jesus Christ, the amount of salt. So yeah, I guess we won't be ordering from them again. We ordered something cheaper before ordering the before Gig. Like Gig saw their Philly cheesesteak. It's like, that looks lovely, and it's like, but the picture they took showed it with like some sides and stuff. But when you actually read into it, it's literally just 15 quid for the sandwich, and you have to add the sides yourself, and they're like 3-4 quid a side. It's like, oh no, we'll get something cheaper. But after eating from there, I don't think we'll be ordering there again. So, market research complete, Doris. Hopefully Mummy feels better soon. 80k Slayer XP to go. Why do bound skeletons give so much Slayer XP compared to these guys? Like, the combat XP per hour isn't that much different, but the Slayer XP is like half, it feels like, of fetid zombies. I don't know why bound skellies give so much more Slayer XP. To get, I mean, these were added at the same time as each other. I guess it's to get people to actually kill the harder mob. Would be the most logical reason. All 4 mobs give, I mean, what's it called? The Phantom Guardians. The Phantom Guardians that you get right at the end give kinda nuts XP as well. I don't know how good Risen Ghosts are though. Honestly, Risen Ghosts, the only thing I remember from them is doing what's it called? The only thing I remember from Risen Ghosts is going and killing them and thinking, oh, these might be a good Slayer task, into the entire room blasting you with 2Ks and building up spec bars, and it's like, maybe not. Maybe I won't do these. Maybe I won't. The only thing these undead don't give, which would have been nice, is woody drops and charms. I think these guys are already AFK'd enough without having more reason for people to come AFK here. Better zombie is 50 HP per XP. Bound skeleton is 28.6 HP per XP. So they're pretty much double as good. What kind of puppy? She's a Pomeranian. Isn't that right, Doris? Aren't you a little Pomeranian? Yeah. Yeah, they don't need buff. Like, okay, to give you an example of how good these guys are, during both the group Iron Man, actually both versions of the group Iron Man, now I think about it. Both times I was melee locked, these were my go-to for getting up to like 90 attack so that I could use Elder Rune. These guys are genuinely, like, from a guy who's had to train, who got locked to the skill that had 299s instead of 1. These guys are incredible for combat training if you have vampirism and aura resets. They're not, like, it's one of those things, they're not the best XP, but when everyone's competing over the Abyss, and these guys are, like, super AFK because they never lose aggro, the XP just really adds up. Admittedly, that was also with melee, which has much better AoE than range does. So the 180k you're seeing here on range is not indicative of what melee gets here. I'm assuming melee gets even more now. Yes, Doris. Wait. Am I blocking? I'm blocking with the stone now. Dang it. Yes, Doris. Meanwhile, Shattered World's feeling pumped D2HUF Slayer XP still exists. Wait, oh, like, okay, yeah, buying the Slayer lamps. I guess the main balancing fact of that is that you need an EOF. And by the time you've got an EOF, you can do some pretty good Slayer tasks. Whereas I can't really do D2H EOF stuff right now because of the lack of aforementioned EOF. 106 zombies. Back out we go. You okay, Papa? Yeah? You okay? That's a waggy tail. The waggy tail is good. Good morning, Clarice. I hope you're doing well. Oh no, the horror. 12 tons of Kit Kat and the truck transporting them was stolen while in transit. That's a lot of Kit Kat. You're feeling much better? Good to hear. You go to Exiled Cow fight super duper AFK? I think the problem with meleeing those is that because they're all range mobs, you end up running around all over the place. But if you're using magic, for instance, that's probably pretty good. Yeah. Give me. Come on. Is that okay? That okay, Doris? Yeah, you comfy? I can't actually hold my mouse right now. But, it's not very likely that that I'm gonna die by surprise of fetid zombies, so we're okay. I'm getting to the point where I'm kind of disappointed. I'm kind of disappointed that we didn't see a greater demon task in all this. Watch me have accidentally blocked them instead of lesser demons. That'd be just the kind of thing for me to do, wouldn't it? But also, we're done with magic. Ranged is closing in on 76, which means it won't have to do too much chinning in the abyss, which is nice for our chin stack. And then melee, melee is just gonna absolutely skyrocket levels in the abyss. And then after that, we need construction and fletching. And I think that's pretty much all the level requirements done. Oh yeah, construction is insane XP, by the way. I went from 72 to almost 75 just making my U logs into U frames. Admittedly, I made like 206 U frames. You okay, Bubba? Do you need to go get a drink? You want to get a drink? Or are you happy with the cuddles? Yeah, between like all the construction I did pre-fort was just building the buildings that were required to do pre-gate. The only construction I did was the buildings required to advance the Fort Free quest line. And then gate got me to like 67 or something. And I built actually, it might have been more than 67. What level did it get me to? It got me to a pretty decent level, and then I basically just built the grove to tier 3 when I trained woodcutting. And then trained woodcutting to 76, made a bunch of U frames, and now I'm almost 75 construction. I haven't even used any of the U frames yet. They're all just sitting in my bag. It's just I didn't want to I didn't want to do construction on stream because building the fort is like literally the most boring thing I can imagine. They had a chance to make something interesting there and they just went for something boring. I mean, I guess they did I guess they did need to make an AFK-ish. What's it called? They did need to make an AFK-ish construction thing because building in your POH is active. Construction contracts are active. I'm gonna ear check, okay? Doing an ear check for temperature. Jesus, floof. So much fluff. I can't check the ear because there's too much fluff. Oh, you are very warm, little girl. Do you want to go to your ice packs? Yeah. You're gonna go to your ice packs? Go on then. Go to your ice packs, Bubba. Did you want more? I can't give you more cuddles because you're too warm. If I melt the pom, then I'm in trouble. Yeah, she has like ice gel pads. Because she's not, let's say she's not a fair weather dog. She much, much prefers the cold to... Isn't that right? You much prefer the cold to warmies. The problem is she also loves cuddles. So even when it's warm... Ooh, Deaf Swiftness. That is a... I haven't seen that icon before. They changed the Deaf Swiftness icon when they made it mobile, I guess. Yeah, she really loves cuddles. So even when she's warm, she'll come and give cuddles, and then after a while, she'll start panting. It's like, wait, hang on, check the ears, and she's like boiling hot. So she has to go cool down. Although now she's just sitting on the pillow next to me, hoping I'll pick her up again. Is that right, Doris? Are you hoping for ups? Your lab prefers romping through the snow to anything, but won't say no to basking in the sun. Doris just has, like, no sense for actually keeping her temperature under control. Like, dogs are already pretty bad at, maintaining their body temperature. But she just, like, has no care for it at all. Like, she's panting away as if, you know. So her body is clearly trying to cool down. And she's just there like, nah, I'm gonna cuddle up to this nice warm human. Okay, Raptor. Greater demons, go. Never mind. Yeah, sure, we'll just use an extreme ranging potion for now. We're almost done. So, nose peg was the thing I almost forgot last time. And apparently I wasn't wearing a salve amulet for that task. Ugh. It's very unlikely I get to do Lord of Vampirium today, given that I want to do construction off stream. So we'll be doing Lord of Vampirium and River of Blood tomorrow, hopefully. The River of Blood thing is kind of dependent on if I can scrape together the... What's it called? If I can scrape together the Herblore XP aptly once we've done Lord of Vampirium. I see no reason why we shouldn't. The amount of banked Herblore XP we have is kind of nuts, I'll be honest. Wait. Oh, okay. Did they just... I guess they just logged out. Your Golden doesn't care about the temperature. She just wants to play at all times. Yeah, that's kind of like Doris. You want cuddles, right? Do you want to come here for cuddles? Doris, come here. Oh, no, she needs to. I see. Oh, yeah, you have way less range with the what's it called? You have way less range with the Sun Spear and Vanquish than you do with the Crystal Bow. You guys really enjoy Doris's booths, don't you? Yeah. Gonna AFK corruption shot / blast soon? Which one's worth it? I guess corruption blast? You just did these? Wait, was it you I bumped into? Because there was someone in this world. Blast is okay. Shot is kind of useless at the moment. This one? Shot decent for using Bic at Solak. Both of those things are very in the future. Oh, you meant AFKing for Blast and Shot, right? Yeah, I don't know. I guess Corruption Blast would be kinda pog. It depends on what weapon we end up getting from heists. I am very confused. Guy randomly came down the stairs and went straight back up. Oh, you meant you were AFKing for Blast and Shot. Okay. Yeah, that person who went up and down the stairs just now was who I was confused about. Because I don't think there's aberrant specters upstairs. I actually don't remember what mob is above us right now. Yay! Grats, Yomi. Enjoy your loincloth. Also, it took you 1,390 kills for that thing? The heck? You're free? You're free to go get the Silver Quill pet now, right? Or what? Is it Silver Quill? Pretty much, yep. Surely this one will be quicker, right? Watch him getting it. Watch him get it in like 10 KC. That's what I'm calling. Oh yeah, I can't elk because I forgot elk runes. Man, your inventory really your inventory really fills up quick with these guys, doesn't it? I guess I do have all like the tertiary drops at least now. So the inventory shouldn't be filling up too much. It's basically just putting herbs in the bag. There's no way to set the herb bag to automatically take noted herbs, right? Nope, just regular ones? Dang. That would be so convenient. I know why it works the way it does. It's so that if a mob drops both noted and unnoted herbs, only the unnoted ones go into the bag by default, so the bag doesn't just get immediately filled with the ones that dropped noted. But it'd be nice if it was a toggle. $74 hunter, just one more level till you don't need to use an extreme hunter pot. How much is the extreme hunter pot boosting you? Because I think at 85 you can hunt the what's it called? You can hunt the one that uses arcane apiterosaur meat, which will then give you the meats for the other guys. Assuming you don't already have them. Given you have extreme hunter pots, I'm assuming you already have the other fish. It's only +6? Wait, really? It's a really sucky extreme pot. What do you mean you don't know? You're the one using them. You don't have manta rays or sailfish? Well, I mean, if it gets you up to 85, then you can hunt the one that needs arcane apiterosaur meat to hunt. And that guy drops both manta rays and sailfish. But actually, it's either one or the other, and then you can hunt down the what's it called? And you can like hunt the one that it drop, or the one that's hunted with the fish it drops to get the fish for the other one. Basically, they all eventually drop the fish for each other. Is what I'm trying to get at. It's boosting you from 74 to 81. So it's +7? They also made the bait boxes bigger. The bait boxes get bigger when you upgrade them. They start at holding 5 of each meat, and then once they're upgraded to the max, it's 50. Oh, wait, it's now 250. Yo, what? Didn't read that in the patch notes. Huh. I actually didn't know that. Did that also increase the size of it when it's only like the version 1 or version 2, or just the biggest version? Don't know, because you just have the biggest one. Fair enough. Yeah, because it used to go 5, 15, 50. So if they times that all by 5, that would be kinda nice. I'm hearing a dog boofing outside, but it's from the wrong side outside. I hope that's not Doris. Tier 1 Town Hall is now 25, Tier 2 is 75, Tier 3 is 250. So they did just times it by 5 at every level. Nice. I am down for that. Means I'd have to have buried less bones when I was hunting the dinos, which I know was annoying people probably. Watching someone bury dino bone for base XP must have been horrendous. Taurus! Taurus! Hi! Why? What did she do? Wait, was that the dog I was hearing barking out there? She went out the front. No? Was the gate actually closed? Oh, I see. Doris? Did you try to pick a fight you weren't gonna win? Oh dear. Doris was not a good girl. Oof. Apologies. Wakey wakey, only a third of a level to go. Actually, am I gonna get this level before 7 o'clock? I mean, assuming I don't get dragons a load of times in a row. The reason why 7 o'clock is important is because that's when we play Arkham. Pick up all the herbs. I wonder what a herb tab is going to look like after this, because Aberrant Spectres give quite the supply. Like, look at that. Look at that stack of Marintals in our bags. In our bag. The Arkham LCG? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. For anyone who knows what the campaigns are, we're currently playing through the Forgotten Age. It is a fantastic game. Honestly, I try and recommend it to people all the time, but I'm so bad at giving it a good elevator pitch. But it's like, if you've ever played Gloomhaven, like, imagine the same kind of, like, shenaniganry that you get up to in Gloomhaven, but in, like, an Eldritch Mythos scenario, and it's just chef's kiss, man. It's so good. The game is brutal. Like, like, don't get me wrong, the game will... If you don't take the game a little bit seriously, it will actually mess you up. But it's that makes it satisfying when you I'd say when you win. But I don't know if there is any winning in that game. 69 tasks in a row. Nice. 70th task, and we're slowly getting up the Slayer points to... I mean, in terms of Slayer points, we kind of need to get up to 600 at some point for Jacqueline blocking. But that's not, like, super urgent. I don't need that for a while yet. I need 300 quest points before that's even, like, even a concern. 108 Kel fights, okay. Yeah, let's deposit everything. Deposit all the herbs. What's the herb tab looking like? 400 Guams, 300 Terramins, 300 Marintils, the 300 Haralanders, 900 Ranars. We're back up to 40 Erets, the 840 Aventos, which reminds me, we should do a farming run, right? How long until 6 minutes until ports, but we should do a farming run. Oh, we're out of Juju Potion 2s, which means we only have 8 farm runs worth of Juju left. It's not a problem. I've got plenty of the herb to make more potions. I just need to do the hunter to catch the Jadinkos for the vines. Blood Hedgehog isn't nearly as AFK. Wasn't that the point? I thought that was the point of him. The Trapper's back. The Trapper's back. Come on, Yak. That's a chicken. You can AFK it with Crypt Loom, Blood Barrage, and Masterwork Staff. Wait, but what if the things that you have to kill while it's immune spawn too far away for the Blood Barrage? You just let them explode. This sounds like terrible kills per hour. Wait, hang on a second. Are you guys out of compost again? No. Why are you not super composting? They'll use 930 super compost, and they have it. Wait, hang on. It does say it, right? Oh. Wakey. God dang it. It's 60 kills per hour, but AFK. So they can't even make an anti-AFK boss anti-AFK. AFK too strong. Also, the Slayer block list I have should carry over quite nicely to Kuradel. I think that's the plan. Once we get the Sun Spear, I think we transition to doing Kuradel point boosting. Yeah, they did change the pineapple guy. He now sells you 140 per week instead of 40 a day. Which is less pineapples. I don't know why pineapples of all things needed a bonking, if I'm gonna be honest. Like some of the stuff like the meats, I can kind of understand. Oh, that's a good point. I should do my weekly shop run today, shouldn't I? Like I should hit up all the rune shops and stuff, because yeah. Even though they said they're weekly, apparently they're like they gain daily stock and then they also like slow regen, and it's just you have to do it a bit more than every week. So they've kind of managed to make the situation like more complicated and more annoying because it's just you have to do it less, but now it's like trying to calculate what days you have to actually do it on. Man, the Avanto are coming in strong this run. Ports are in 47 seconds. Yeah, you guys can't see that. Okay, Woody Herb Patch for the last one. If you're wondering why none of these are diseased, it's because of the archaeology relic. The archaeology relic is actually kinda pog, not gonna lie. The amount of time it's saved is very nice. Because when stuff gets diseased, it doesn't just die. Like, you don't lose the seed. But you have to go around curing it all and then basically wait till the next herb run to actually... It's a massive slowdown. So, I would not have been able to get all this without in the time that I got it in, if not for the if not for the arch relic. Anyway, let's grab our captain's log. I can't buy any of the new crew today, unfortunately. Which is kind of a shame because I'm not going to be able to actually level any of them up. Okay, get the combat guys in there. Some of my guys just have randomly high stats. And I don't know what causes that. Like this guy has 245. And the guy at the same level has 195. Like I don't get how that such a big difference happens. Also, yes, the rudder upgrades are typically worth it, to my understanding. Anyway, 1 hour 12 minutes. I guess I could just start that again. 1 hour 12 minutes on the ports. Oh, that's Ranar potions. I don't want those. Where's my extreme rangings? I know it's probably a waste of extreme rangings to be using them here, but honestly, they're just the extreme. Most of the extremes that are a problem, I don't remember ranging being one of them. Okay. Am I missing anything? I don't think so. So it's time to go back to the Calphites. For task numero 70. Anachronia Grenwalls are easy, no bait needed. I don't think that's an Anachronia Grenwall thing. The no bait required is a reward from the medium to run one diary, no? And that just applies globally. Also, are crystallizing Grenwalls still good XP, or is that like a boomer thing I'm thinking of? I keep getting baited by like just how weak the what's it called? How weak the range filler abilities are. You're not fully efficient, you're getting 600k an hour doing crystallized Gremlins and Anachronia. So it is good. Damn, that is actually pretty good XP. If it wasn't for the fact that I still need stuff from BGH, I'll probably do BGH until I don't need anything more from it. And then crystallize Grenwalls until Croesus Front. Sounds like a plan. I'm in a slight food coma at the moment, which is why I've suddenly got quiet after having dinner. Trying to wake myself up a bit. I do need to get an early night tonight, though. That much is definitely true. because the we're about to go into daylight savings times, which daylight saving time in the UK, which means we're losing an hour. And this is gonna sound really weird, by the way. Originally, we thought, oh, Doris's schedule is gonna be completely thrown out of whack by daylight saving time, right? Somehow, no. She just adapts, like, almost instantly. Which is really surprising. Electronic traps with invention bypass this requirement? Wait, what? What kind of black magic is that? Yeah, I remember doing what's it called? I remember doing crystallized granules ages ago. Like, I'm talking back in the days when you would do superheat form gold bars in the Living Rock caverns, kind of old. So there's a few things that, like, I know from the past, and I just don't know if they're fully up to date or not, or if they've ever been nerfed or bonked or adjusted. Now, we've drawn some real short straws with the task today. When we did Slayer yesterday, we literally just went bounce skellies, bounce skellies, bounce skellies, bounce skellies, bounce skellies. It was so good. And then today has been quite a bit slower. On the bright side, once we hit 78 Slayer, we can just train on whatever we want. Light form got a slight nerf ages ago, but that's it, really? Fair enough. Wait, we have 60% accuracy on these guys? Why is everything so shit early on with range? All these tasks we've been doing, we've had 100% accuracy with mage. Even the stuff that's not been weak to magic, we've had 100% accuracy, like the, what's it called, like aberrant specters and stuff. And mage gets 100% accuracy at cow fights, 100% accuracy at bound skellies. So I was like, why is everything weak to magic? And range just gets like absolutely shafted. Yesterday you spent a good 3 hours prepping for BGH grind and proceeded to get the Mattock 4 kills in. That is... Hey, your prep got rewarded. If you didn't prepare properly, it would have been like 400 KC. Ugh. 36k to go. It's like half an hour of these guys. I think we'll be done with the task way before half an hour. I do wish we had rolled. I do wish we had rolled Greater Demons at one point. That would have been nice. I'd say this might end up being the first time I don't end up doing Greater Demon Berserkers on a Slayer grind on an account. But I think the realistic outcome is that we just end up getting Greater Demons from Kuradel and doing absolutely tons of them in a row. Yeah, you can log into multiple accounts at once. You can't log into old school and RS3 using the same account, but you can log into multiple accounts at the same time, even if they're in the same Jagex account. If they didn't allow that, no one would have used these things. That's a cool new change? Wait. That's not new. Or a change. So I think it's always been like that. Pretty sure it's always been like that. Just to clarify, adding another character to a Jagex account is making, like, adding is essentially like creating a new old style RuneScape account. It's kind of silly, but they don't share membership or anything. Oh god, people would lose their shit, I just realized. So the whole, like, the whole thing about, like, sharing membership across all your characters, right? Well, if you just paid for membership on the Jagex account and it gave up to 20 characters membership, then literally everyone would just have 20 accounts, like 20 alts. And if you could log into them all at the same time, then there'd be no reason not to have them all AFKing something. Oh boy, that would... Oh, that would cause some problems. Also, could you imagine the bossing issue? Bots can just make 20 characters, use a bond of membership, go farm something on 20 characters, get them banned, repeat. Yeah. Yeah, archaeology is a very linear, very, very linear leveling curve. Until you hit 99, and then it suddenly goes meow, all the way up. Even bigger issue, even non-bots farm Vindictor on 12 plus souls. I don't think that's a common thing. But yeah, if everyone got access to 20 characters they could all log into simultaneously, the economy would just be fucked. So they'd have to make it... Actually, yeah, they would just say, we're adopting the WoW model. You can have 20 characters, but you can only log into one at a time. And could you imagine the rage if the change was made that you could only log into one character on a Jagex account at a time? AKA the change they would need to make for you to have shared membership. Eesh. that would be some backlash for sure. There isn't actually a way for them to do shared membership in a way that really works, now that I think about it. Why not just limit it to like 3 accounts? Honestly, I don't even know how they would limit it to 1 account, let alone 3. The way the login system works to log you into your characters is once you open the client, it starts logging you in as that character. You're not logging in. Like, you got a login code, essentially, from the Jagex account, but you're logging in as the underlying RuneScape account, not the Jagex account. So I don't even know how they would tell whether or not you're logged into a different account from the same Jagex account without some quite hefty data processing. You're saying some people do it now? Yeah, it's not cost restrictive. If it's cost restrictive, it would definitely go up. I mean, yeah, Lance would probably drop through the floor if a load of people just got access to like 12 accounts, 20 accounts at once. Even if you just gave every single person in the game 3 accounts, compared to the amount of people that even play 2 right now. Like the Reddit threads, I can see them now. The Reddit threads would just be, so I'm only playing 1 account, but I could have two more characters and AFK on them. What AFK should I get them to do? And it would just be, just watch the archaeology spots fill up with people gathering materials. Which, I mean, to be honest, why not? But it would, yeah. We would, instead of having a botting problem, we'd have an ulting problem. And the only way around that is to somehow restrict how many logins you can have from a single Jagex account. But then people would just make well, I guess if you either use separate Jagex accounts or didn't attach them to Jagex accounts, you wouldn't get the shared membership. So I guess that kind of works around the problem. Woodcut on main, woodcut on alts with main. We don't have forestry, unfortunately, sir. You can't give your main a level boost. Yeah, forestry is cracked, by the way. Like, if we're gonna start copying stuff from old school, that, please. Like, make woodcutting good. They half did it with Eternal Magic Trees, but they had to add this stupid fucking Chopportunity thing. And then because they added the Chopportunity thing, they made it so they were like, oh, we can't apply this to all trees in the game because not all trees have accessible, like, have all sides accessible and stuff. I was like, I don't care about the Chopportunities. Give me the fucking fixed timer. I couldn't care less about the Chopportunities. I just want the tree to not die when I take 1 log. Why are these sanguine matters so rare? You need 2 more. You've killed like 30 of these things. They didn't seem that rare when I was doing it. The boss wait, the boss drops the stuff too? I haven't even bothered killing the boss. Oh, that one. That crit 1 from a threshold. Mwah. Beautiful. But yeah, the auto attack and piercing shot with range feel real not so good compared to the rest of the kit. One thing I will say though is like getting a good Gale shot set up with like rapid fire, dead shot, and all that kind of stuff feels really good and seems to do quite a lot of damage, but it feels like ranged has all its damage piled into that. And then the rest of it is kind of just building the adren to do that again. Which, I mean, actually, that's not a too bad way of playing the rotation. Actually, kind of... Actually, yeah, that's very WoW spec-like. I'm not sure a lot of people will like that. Or, I'm not sure how many people like that in Artistry, but as someone who enjoys WoW specs, that is actually quite good. It just, yeah, the trade-off is that when you do, like, Revo stuff and Gale Shot isn't used particularly efficiently, ranged is kinda poo-poo. Maybe I should have meleeed instead of ranged after all, and just the problem there is chins. I don't want to use too many chins in the Abyss. Like, I will chin from probably looking like 77 to 78, and then I'll get my halberd and go in the Abyss and start farming some start farming the melee levels. But until then, yeah, rapid fire just does so much damage. And that's even without... Oh, wait, no, that was with Gale Shot. That rapid fire was Gale Shotted. Yeah. Gale Shotted rapid fire just trucks. You want to level crafting, we need something more than 30 seconds of AFK that's not crap XP? Gate of Elidness crafting. Ugh, one more Cal fight after this, and then 20k Slayer XP. It's just within grasp. I need a good task roll, though, because it's closing in on 7 o'clock. No, don't hit me, don't it, dang it. Ugh. Hey, that guy got lucky and got the pet 160 KC. Why didn't you just do that, Yomi? Oh, also my freaking spine. Oh, that clicked. Oh, that clicked. Oh. I maybe need to not sit in this chair for the evening. Can set up somewhere more comfy for Arkham. 144 undead. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. Feels good to finally be back at the stump. Okay, what's the accuracy with an extreme ranging potion? 77%. Oh boy. Didn't think about doing that. Probably should have. Yeah, there you go. Fixed your unfortunate AFK problem. When you were grinding to Zartrace for Onyx, you ended up with about 23k uncut. Man, thieving is just gonna be so freaking good. The problem is there's too much AFK stuff to do in the game. Like, once we get archaeology, that's kind of super high priority to get all the relics unlocked. Then thieving is super high priority for all the supplies, and then fishing is super high priority for all the food. It just keeps going. Like, I'm trying to make it so I don't stream AFK stuff as much as possible, but the amount of it I'm gonna have to do is climbing, which means more rebuilding on the main. Gobi scavs low-key good for eligators. The problem with the Gobi scavengers is that they're not quite as chill as, say, Crux Knights, because Crux Knights stay in place, and yeah, they're like the ultimate chill mob. Let's race to 113. Oh no. You mean 108 with a wild pie? Oh. Ow. You're at 100, so you have a head start. I mean, I'm also not 100% sure if I'm going into a Slayer grind as soon as we get the Sun Spear. I might start PVMing instead. I mean, I know I'm gonna start doing heists. That's for sure. You have the Sunspear one-hand melee version? You're just a poor chunker. Wait, what are you even using to level Slayer at this point? Are you just... Wait, hang on. If you have access to Mauritania, you're doing Slayer contracts? You'll join the race, but you're at 120. That means you have to go back to level 1 and do it again, Yomi. You have to go to the guy in Lumbridge and reset your Slayer level. Right, I need to be right back one second. Okay, I'm gonna put up the AFK screen just a second. Be right back. Okay, apologies about that. Let's get this Slayer level finished up. Oh, 1 to 120 Slayer with max combats and gear would go really fast. It would go pretty quick, wouldn't it? Slayer level 120, prestige level 10. Let's get prestiging. Oh god, prestiging skills would be freaking. I mean, everyone wanted to start again on a level playing field, so everyone prestige. That's all we gotta do. You're doing Raptor, your best mob / tasker ghost for Risen Ghosts. It's better than best task I've got at the moment. You max 150k power. You need Abyssal one, then you can start going for Living Wyverns for the crossbow. And then with that, you can start farming Soul Gazers for Hex Hunter. Yeah, Hex Hunter hunting doesn't sound fun. Wonder if story mode definitely gives less XP than normal mode Vorkath for sure. If you have decent gear and can kill Vorkath in a reasonable amount of time, I think story mode Vorkath is a decent way to get some XP out your dragon tasks. But by the time we get to that point, we will just be doing Hydrix dragons instead, which I'm pretty sure are better. Yeah, only have the Wildy Soul Gazer, so no boost from the charms. Ooh, yeah, that's gotta suck. Do you have access to Mechanars then? Or are you not? Is he in a chunk over? Yeah, and you've already got his log. They wimped out not putting the Hex Hunter on the Mechanars log. I'm saying that for sure. Just a casual 1 in 1 mil, yeah. Why not? He drops it, it's a unique, it's a collection log. Put it in the boss log. It would make all the Creepers cry. Which would be great entertainment for the rest of us. Okay, we do have the Goldstone Spirits. Those are the important ones. I guess technically the Luminite ones are also important for when we go for Elder Rune. You're close to 99 range. And by close you mean a mil XP. I mean, that's pretty close. That's less than 10% left. God, it's actually insane just how much better these skeletons are compared to literally every other mob we have access to right now. Like, could you imagine trying to level Slayer by doing tasks where, like, some of your better tasks are Fire Giants and Hellhounds? Raptor just has such an insane advantage over everyone else. Wait, I thought I put the Salve Amulet on. That's why my accuracy's doo-doo. Oh, well, there's no point changing it now. I've got 3.5k XP till 78. Woody Noodle will be missed. Oh yeah, he gave Slayer XP, didn't he? Oh, but you're barely using it, so most XP is from Abbey Demon Slayer contracts. Huh. At least HHs are quick. Oh, Hellhounds, yeah. Yeah, they are quick, but it's like everything just gives such meh XP compared to Skellies. It's kinda sad. I mean, the only it's like you have Skellies here, you have Greater Demon Berserkers up here, and then literally like everything else down here. Risen Ghosts are 1k per KC. These are like 420 and I can safe spot them though. Which is kind of nutty. Just go to Vetion. Is that like a Wendy's? Anyway, there it is. 78 Slayer. That took a bit longer than I hoped, given the lack of Greater Demon tasks. But one of the requirements for Lord of Empyrean has been knocked out. Which I think leaves the last requirement for that quest as being 79 construction plus the melee stats. So it's 7 o'clock, and unfortunately, I mentioned earlier that I'd have to depart at 7, which means I have to depart, my friends. Which also means we raid. Do we raid Wazi? I rarely get to talk to Wazi, so let's raid him. Don't forget summertime starts tonight. Yeah, I'm gonna basically just do all the stuff in the evening. Wait, Rich is online. Sorry, Wazi. Rich is online? Rich is online. Good, cool, Harby. I can't not raid Rich. We love Rich. Just make sure you ask when he's doing his next barbecue stream. Those are great. Anyway, thanks all for hanging out today. I appreciate the company. I've been a bit of a sleepy boy, but I'm gonna get so much sleep tonight, I swear. I swear I will get to sleep early. I swear it. I'll be a good boy. And I'll sleep lots. And just maybe tomorrow River of Blood. I don't know if River of Blood tomorrow because it's a lot of melee XP I've still got to get. I'm just hoping that the Abyss is going to absolutely speed run it. So yeah, go say hi to Rich for me, give him some pog dogs, and I'll catch you all tomorrow for hopefully the Sunspear inning.